to know about the results of this very important assessment, but at the same time, share your view on the way forward for CBFM in the Philippines. For today, we have a packed session in store for you with messages from key personalities in the CBFM arena, a presentation on the results of the CBFM assessment study, and an opportunity to engage in the conversation through a group workshop. Before we proceed to the formal session, I would like to invite everyone to answer our online poll that will be flashed on your screen right now. Kindly take time to answer the poll. We'll also be showing on the screen the house rules for a smooth and efficient online event. Kindly flash the house rules, please. Okay, so first of all, kindly rename your screen name using this format: organization, name, example, ABC Corporation, Juan de la Cruz, and kindly mute your microphone at all times. Kindly mute your microphone at all times. Kindly type your questions and comments in the chat box. And finally, if you wish to speak, please click the raise hand button and wait for the moderator to acknowledge. Thank you. So to formally kick off our event, please join me in the invocation and the singing of the national anthem. Brian, can we move on to the playing of the national anthem? Again, good morning to all who are tuned in with us today in this very important event. This is Amy Lecciones, and I will be your host and main facilitator for today's event. The Community-Based Forest Management, or the CBFM program, has been the centerpiece of the Philippine government's sustainable forest management and poverty alleviation strategies in the upland since its establishment in 1995 through the issuance of Executive Order 263. A significant body of experience and knowledge recorded through literature, policies, and reports has been produced that depicts how the program has fared in terms of achieving its objectives, how the status of forest resources has changed over time, and how these affect the lives of millions of Filipinos living in the upland. Using the results of a stock-taking activity of written works from 2001 to 2020 and the findings of forest fragmentation analysis, this assessment, which builds on from the first one conducted in the early 2000s, aims to establish empirical evidences that will serve as sound basis to guide the government in crafting its future direction, particularly in pursuing sustainable forest management. This is also an opportunity to elevate its achievements and importance at the national and even at the regional, that is the ASEAN level. This national forum is being conducted as part of its validation activities, and it has two major objectives. The first one is to share the key findings and recommendations of the study to different stakeholders for corroboration and further enhancement. And second, to secure the commitment of the major actors to continue to adopt CBFM as the key strategy in pursuing sustainable forest management and social justice in the Philippine uplands through policy enhancement and improved program implementation. The program is being implemented by the UPLB Interdisciplinary Study Center for Integrated Natural Resources and Environmental Management, or the UPLB INREM, in partnership with the Forest Management Bureau of the DENR and NAMRIA. To open this virtual forum and welcome the participants and guests, we have with us today the Dean of the College of Forestry and Natural Resources and a professor at the Department of Social Forestry and Forest Governance at the UPLB. Dean Mendoza has held various positions of increasing responsibility with the DENR on a secondment capacity and was instrumental in drafting EO 26, or the National Greening Program, as well as its steward during its program's infancy. He was also instrumental in the formal creation of FMB's Forest Investment Development Division, which now advises DENR field offices on opportunities for forest investment. As a noted strategic manager, he has conceptualized and implemented high-impact programs and projects in the public and private sector, such as the Clean the Marilao, Maykawayan, Obando River project in Bulacan, and the improvement of the environment and development advocacy of ABS-CBN's Bantay Kalikasan. He also provides advice to not-for-profit organizations, notable of which is the Tan Yan Key Foundation Incorporated on its Action Research Greening Program and environmental advocacy work. Ladies and gentlemen, Dean Marlo D. Mendoza.
To our esteemed officials, Honorable Roy Simatu, Secretary of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, or DENR, my good friends, Attorney Jose Andres Canivel, Executive Director of the Forest Foundation Philippines, and Forester Marshall Amaro Jr., Assistant Secretary for Planning, for policy planning and foreign assisted and special projects, and the concurrent director of the Forest Management Bureau. My mentor, Dr. Juan M. Pulhin, chair of the Interdisciplinary Studies Center, Integrated Natural Resources and Ecosystems Management, or INREM of the College of Forestry and Natural Resources, UPLB, and the convener of this national forum. A pleasant good morning. I am very pleased to be here today to welcome all of you to the National Forum on Retrospects and Prospects on CBFM program in the Philippines. Since its establishment in 1985 through Executive Order 263 and its implementing rules and regulations, CBFM has been the centerpiece of the Philippine government to protect and advance the rights of the Filipino people to a healthy environment, improve socioeconomic conditions through the promotion of social justice and equitable access, and sustainable development of forest land resources, and respect the rights of indigenous peoples to their ancestral domains by taking into account their customs, traditions, and beliefs in the formulation of laws and policies. On its part, the CFNR, through the Interdisciplinary Studies Center, or INREM, collaborated with NAMRIA and the Forest Management Bureau of the DNR through a funding support from the Forest Foundation Philippines for the implementation of the project assessing the community-based forest management program in the Philippines through stocktaking and forest fragmentation analysis. During the 36 years of existence of the CBFM program in the Philippines, a wealth of experience and knowledge has been documented over time. With its long years of program implementation, questions to be answered are, how did CBFM fare for the last 36 years? More importantly, through a collective effort, what should be done to further strengthen the program? The research and discourse on CBFM have become more paramount because of the growing volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity of the world we now live in. These were brought about by climate change, unsustainable lifestyle, gaps in governance, rapid increase in population, and recently, the pandemic. This has especially taken a great toll on the socioeconomic and environmental fabric of the country. However, in the long term, volatility and uncertainty brings unexpected opportunities and innovation. It breaks up existing patterns and routines, opening up the space for novel governance, leadership, and management approaches. At stake are over 1.6 million hectares of public lands, over 200,000 direct beneficiaries, and millions of affected people. Today, the project will be sharing and validating the key findings and recommendations based on the study for sustainable forest management and social justice in the Philippine uplands. We would like to warmly welcome to this forum the following: representatives from the CBFM PO federations, officers and staff of FMB, as well as those in the DNR regional, provincial, and central offices involved in the program, officers and staff of the National Commission on Indigenous Peoples, international and local donor agencies, members of the CBFM National Working Group, representatives from the Society of Filipino Foresters Incorporated, selected non-government organizations, representatives from national government agencies, especially the DA, DAR, DILG, and the OAST, representative from the regional partners, RECOPTC, C4, CIRCA, ASF, AW, ASEAN, microfinance institutions, private sector, specifically the PCCI, PWPA, and members of the wood industry, technical staff from the Senate and House of Representatives, media, and many more other partners of the CBFM program. We enjoin everyone to participate during the workshops and commit to continue adopting CBFM in our upland communities. Keep safe and mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you very much, Dean Marlo, for the warm welcome and laying down the context for today's discussion. At this point, I would like to call on the Executive Director of the Forest Foundation Philippines for an opening message. Attorney Jose Andres Oronge Canuvel is the Executive Director of Forest Foundation Philippines. He is a staunch advocate of the environment, previously holding positions leading advocacy and policy initiatives at the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, Philippines, at the Environmental Legal Assistance Center, and the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. He obtained his Juris Doctor degree from Ateneo de Manila University. Ladies and gentlemen, Attorney Jose Andres Oronge Canuvel.
Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Maraming salamat po, Ma'am Ami. At maraming salamat din po sa pag-imbita sa amin upang magbahagi ng ilang mensahe po para sa ating lahat. Of course, I'd like to give thanks to Dean Marlo Mendoza and Dr. Pulhin for the kind invitation to the foundation. I'd like to acknowledge the great work done by our partners in the Forest Management Bureau of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, our partners at the National Commission on Indigenous Peoples, representatives from, I'd like to acknowledge as well the representatives from civil society organizations, indigenous peoples organizations, the CBFM Federation, and many other stakeholders. As I was reflecting and I was listening to the message of Dean Marlo, I also reflected on my journey on advocating for community-based CBFM or community-based forest management. And I'm very glad to see the big boss of DNR then, Secretary Vic Ramos, who's in the Zoom meeting. He enabled me to grow, to understand, and also enabled the work on community-based forest management to really take root and expand during that time. Our forum this morning talks about community-based forest management in the retrospects as well as prospects. And I think it's appropriate given, as Dean Marlo succinctly said it, given the context that we now find ourselves. We're in the first year of the decade of restoration, declared by the United Nations, which the Philippines and the DNR is a signatory as well. Yesterday, a couple of days ago, the IPCC just also launched its 6th national report. Several of our colleagues from the Philippines actually were part of that report crafting as well. And currently, we've reviewed data from poverty incidents at the uplands, and unfortunately, it's at almost historic high. So we find ourselves, and we find our forest-dependent communities in grave and in urgent need for livelihood and livelihood support. But at the same time, we find great opportunities for restoring our forests, and there's great interest in restoring forests as exhibited by these large investments by the national government on the national greening program. On the international scene, we find ourselves reckoning with climate change. And one of the key recommendations of IPCC, in fact, has been to look at forests and forest restoration and conservation as means for both adaptation and mitigation. All of these sort of both national and international interests can actually be met and can actually be and can actually be positively addressed by looking at the community-based forest management program. Through its 1995 program, and unfortunately, as we've gone around the country, as we've spoken to many stakeholders, they often say it has seen better days. However, the foundation, its partners, continue to see CBFM as a valid approach and as an effective tool for forest conservation. It may not have been as successful as we thought it should be, but it's an existing tool, it's an existing approach, and we've learned so many things on implementation, on better approaches, on better design the past years or so. So we're very positive in terms of the prospects of community-based forest management in the Philippines. As I mentioned earlier, we think it will be we think hello, sorry, we think it's an effective tool for enabling communities to be stewards of natural resources. And we think it's an effective approach that will lead the Philippines and forest-dependent communities to more resilient forests, more resilient ecosystems, more resilient communities in the years to come. Again, thank you for the opportunity to share and mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you, Attorney Canivel, for sharing your journey with us on social forestry. We are indeed looking forward to a very exciting and interactive discussion in the course of the session, where I hope many will also share their experiences to further enhance social forestry in the country. So our next speaker is a full professor and former dean of the College of Forestry and Natural Resources at the University of the Philippines in Los Baños. He also holds the highest rank of UP Scientist 3 since 2011 in recognition of his scholarly outputs and international scientific standing. He was four-time visiting professor at the University of Tokyo and a visiting scholar at the Waseda University, also in Tokyo, Japan. He is also a member of the National Academy of Science and Technology, Philippines, and an invited expert of the Capacity Development Committee of the Asia Pacific Regional Network for Global Change Research. He has served as coordinating lead author of the 4th, 5th, and 6th assessment reports of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or the IPCC, and has published more than 100 peer-reviewed papers and 11 books on various topics in forestry, climate change, and disaster risk management. To present the results of the project entitled Assessing the Community-Based Forest Management Program in the Philippines through Stocktaking and Forest Fragmentation Analysis, of which he serves as the overall project leader, please join me in welcoming Dr. Juan M. Pulhin. Dr. Pulhin, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Ami, at magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Let me share my screen. But before I go directly to the presentation this morning, let me first acknowledge the presence of a number of colleagues. Of course, ASEC Marshall Amaro Jr., my classmates and good friend. I also see in the Zoom earlier the Deputy Director of PICARD, Dr. Jopel Calora. I think Director Henry Adornado is likewise around. Of course, our very good partner, Attorney Ongi Canibel, who has always been with us from the day one of this particular project. I was also notified that the Assistant Director of DAR, Ahmad Kalaka, is also joining us. The Red of Region 6, Libino Duran, as well as Red of Region 12, Attorney Felix S. Alicer, and of course, other partners from the civil society. We have also from the People's Organization, from the academe, and other sectors. But let me also mention that we are privileged this morning to have whom I call as the CBFM champions, both in the past and at present, in the person of former Secretary Vic Ramos, also former Undersecretary of DENR, Rene de Rueda, and also my mentor, Dr. Ernie Guiyang, and of course, many more partners are around. Let me also pay tribute to my boss, the Dean of the College of Forestry and Natural Resources, Dean Marlo Mendoza, who has been very, very supportive also of this particular project. So my presentation will revolve around 5 items, a quick rationale and overview of what the project is all about. I have a couple of slides to discuss the methodology that we adopted in conducting the assessment. Then zoom in on some of the key findings, followed by recommendations, and the last slide on the concluding statements. As we all very well know, the Philippines CBFM have gained an earlier popularity in Asia and probably in the rest of the world as a pioneering and radical effort in forest tenure reform. And a lot of writers and specialists in this area has alluded to this. A number of books really claim that ours was really a radical effort of transforming what used to be a private or a type of management that is limited to the privileged view towards a more participatory and people-oriented form of forest management through a radical tenure reformation. And of course, 26 years already have passed since we enacted the Executive Order 263 under the then leadership of former Secretary Vic Ramos, that adopted CBFM as the national strategy to achieve sustainable forestry and social justice in the Philippine forest lands. Currently, and I would suppose this is an underestimate, as of 2010, according to some literature, around 24 million of the country's population. roughly 26 to 30% of the country's total population live in the uplands, many of whom are dependent on forest resources for livelihoods and ecosystem services. And hence, a comprehensive national assessment of community-based forest management is paramount. After 26 years of its implementation, especially so that, as you can see in this particular slide, 51% of the community-based forest management agreement will already be expiring in the next 5 years. And hence, it will be crucial to determine the direction of CBFM program in the years to come, particularly in the next 25 years. In terms of expiring number of CBFMAs, more than 1,000 out of the existing 1,954 CBFMAs will be expiring with a total area of more than 900,000 hectares, or 55% of the total area coverage of CBFMA. And hence this project demand-driven project, we were actually commissioned by the National Working Group of the Community-Based Forest Management Program that is chaired by Forest Management Bureau to conduct this particular project. And we are privileged to have the FFP who also sit as a member of that National Working Group who have committed to fund the conduct of this particular project. So we have our project partners, the National Working Group, of course, the Forest Management Bureau, the DNR national and regional offices, again, was very instrumental in facilitating the regional consultations and providing the necessary information for this project. The NAMRIA, who provided the official land use land cover maps, and of course the CBFM PO federations nationwide, FFP and other civil society partners who were with us since day one in the implementation of this 2-year project, which will actually be ending this coming September 2021. We have just 2 major objectives as indicated in the project title, and that is to assess community-based forest management program by doing a stocktaking literature analysis from covering the period of 2001 to 2019, because the previous one was actually covered already by the previous assessment. And secondly, which is the added value we believe, is by conducting an analysis of the land use land cover change within the different CBFM areas nationwide, but at the same time extending it by doing a forest fragmentation analysis. And our hope is to provide a solid empirical evidence that will guide the crafting of policies and strategies of CBFM in the next 25 years or so. Let me go very quickly to the methodology. We followed a theory of change, looking at inputs in terms of policy and institutions, biophysical in terms of forest lands and resources, and of course, socioeconomic inputs like community institutions, indigenous and local knowledge, and the like. And of course, we look at the different activities and we broke them down in terms of institutional interventions, biophysical interventions, and socioeconomic interventions. And in the process, we look also at the outputs and outcomes, and also tried our very best to look at the socioeconomic impacts as well as what happens on the forest condition, and that is by using land use land cover change analysis and forest fragmentation. So we were guided by this theory of change framework, which was actually drawn from Executive Order 263 and its implementing rules and regulations and the subsequent issuances of the DENR in relation to CBFM. And so this is the framework essentially that guided us in terms of inputs of looking at stock-taking materials, but we supplemented the more than 90 so literature published, both published and gray literature. We supplemented them by focus group discussions, key informant interviews. We use questionnaires, survey instruments, both for the POs and also for the regional DNR offices involving 75 provinces where our CBFM areas are located. We look at socioeconomic data, again, following the theory of change, and geospatial data through the generous support of NAMRIA, looking at land use land cover change data, and also the CBFM boundary data, which we have gotten from the different regions and also from Forest Management Bureau. We process those information using for the stock-taking analysis a software which is called NBIVO 12 Plus that enabled us to synthesize the wealth of materials that we have gathered. And we also did a simple statistical analysis using regression analysis of the panel data based on the available information that we have gathered. And component 2 is on land use land cover change analysis using ArcGIS, forest and landscape fragmentation analysis using a software which is called FragStats. And we have additional, which is not part of our TOR, but we were interested also to look at the carbon stock available on CBFM sites. And we were able to assess that at the national level together with 4 in-depth case studies just to validate some of the key findings that we have at the national level. So we have a series of regional validations involving 15 regions and 75 provinces, again, where CBFM is currently implemented, both at the DNR level and PO federations level. So we have several cycles, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao for DNR field staff, and separately for PO, the People's Organizations Federations. And we supplemented it by case study sites in 4 areas involving PO officers and members, concerned CENROS and VENROS, local government units, and other relevant stakeholders. And now we are now at the national level forum, where not only do we want to validate our findings, but also generate more information from a larger scale. That's why this presentation will be followed by a workshop. Our specific target output is a science-based national assessment of community-based forest management program in the country. Specifically, we hope to provide technical report by the end of this project output database, which we will be officially turning over to DNR, particularly to FMB, so that they can incorporate it in their information management system. Also a policy brief map atlas, and also other knowledge products. As our way forward, we are happy that not only we want to influence the discussions of CBFM in the country, but we recently want to initiate what we call as ShareCom for Asia, that is sharing lessons and experiences in community forestry and enhancing collective action in community-based forest management in Asia, as a spin-over of this particular project. So let me go now, in the interest of time, to the key findings. So for the component one, meaning the stocktaking or review of primary and secondary sources, available materials on CBFM, we were able to gather more than 30 materials published from 2001 to the present. And essentially, we have observed that there is a waning interest in community forestry, of course, in the context of competing forestry-related global and national priorities that extend to dwindling external support from donor agencies over the years. Of course, this is understandable with the advent of other equally pressing concerns like biodiversity conservation and climate change. And this is observation is actually parallel in the number of literature produced on community forestry, which has actually continued to decline through time during the assessment period. And for us, this signifies a waning interest, not only among funding institutions, but even among scholars working on this subject matter, as reflected in this particular graph here. There is a lack of or decreasing support of CBFM to CBFM POs that has emerged as one of the prevailing issues affecting the CBFM program implementation. Key specific issues include limited government assistance and lack of dedicated DNR personnel for the program. And in fact, 50% of the materials that we have reviewed highlighted the dwindling support to CBFM in terms of various forms, ranging from financial resources to human resource to general support, even legal and political support, as well as marketing assistance. So 50% of the literature highlighted the decreasing support. In terms of actual experience on the ground, leaders from CBFM POs from 75 provinces that we interviewed during our regional consultations, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, attested that their quality of their life and income have actually improved. So this is the good news. However, they also said that the income of many PO members is still insufficient to fully support their needs. And that is that constitute 56% of those PO leaders that we have interviewed during our consultation. So there's a big challenge yet in terms of livelihood promotion. And this particular challenge is actually the promotion of sustainable livelihood and income of CBFM POs are actually undermined by the interplay of weak institutional and policy support towards social enterprise development. And A network analysis in your left just shows the complexity of the factors that shapes the promotion of sustainable livelihood and how weak institutional support can essentially serve as a barrier in terms of promoting a sustainable livelihood, particularly the development of a social enterprise. And more specifically, talking about regulations and policy, overregulation and tedious bureaucratic processes, as well as external costs, meaning to say that you incur additional cost as you impose too much regulatory barriers, and this continue to pose challenges to the potential of CBFM in terms of timber harvesting to benefit CBFM POs that can otherwise contribute to their increase in income. For instance, in the case studied, the studies that we conducted, the application or the issuance of in terms of the processing of resource use permit application can take as much as 1.5 to 2 years before a resource use permit is processed, incurring a subsequent transaction costs in the part of the people's organization. Related to this is the unstable harvesting policies that impede sustainable forest management and income generating activities of the CBFM-PO. This is the case of NPPFRDC in Compostela Valley, which we were able to follow. This is one of the earlier efforts of the EcoGov to transition from a timber license agreement to a community-based forest management involving more than 14,000 hectares, one of the biggest CBFMA coverage in the whole country. This was also the first and probably the ever timber ISO certified. So this has a timber certification, and it started quite well. But as you can see in here, with the first national resource use permit suspension, there is a drop in terms of the net profit of the big cooperative. But with the second national RUP suspension, there is really a big minus to as much as 2.5 million that was lost in the process. Delayed in the approval of RUP also affected their operations. And finally, the third national RUP, and with the natural calamity, particularly Typhoon Pablo, there is a decline in the forest cover. And more recently, NPPFRDC decided not to apply for an RUP issuance or renewal. I think more recently, they are applying, but to a limited area only, and that is only just out of the more than 14,000 hectares, they will just be reapplying, I understand, to just 1,000 hectares. So this clearly illustrate that with unstable, if we have unstable harvesting policy, this will really impede the sustainable forest management of those areas who can be dependent mainly on income generating activities from a rich timber resource. Another findings that we had is the continuing expansion of CAD-D and CAD-C areas for the indigenous people under the IPAR law overlaps with many CBFMAs that threatens land tenure security and investments of current CBFMA holders. Take the case of Caraga region, 76 out of 129 CBFMA sites had already an approved CAD-D or with pending applications. And that essentially constitute 187,000, more than 187,000 hectares out of the more than 210 hectares of CBFM areas, or 68% actually, with overlap with CADP and CADC. And of course, this threatens the land tenure security and previous and current investments of the current CBFM holders. And this is a major issue that has to be addressed, of course. And we have, of course, a recommendation for this. Leadership is a significant factor. So we go from the policy and external environment, but of course, CBFM POs have also a crucial role to play. So policy and institutions does the enabling, but the PO has a central role to play in the sustainability of their activities and operations. So leadership is a significant factor that will decide the future of CBFM PO and the sustainability of its operations. 6 out of the 15 regional offices that we have interviewed attributed leadership issues as a determinant to CBFM PO's failure in its operations or management. Let me now go very quickly to forest fragmentation involving land use, land cover change, and the forest fragmentation analysis. And essentially, we are happy to note that more than 11%, or 705,600, more than 705,000 hectares as of 2015 of the total forest cover of more than 7 million hectares within the Philippine classified forest lands are within CBFM areas. It is therefore critically important to improve or at least maintain this contiguous forest cover to better manage the forest ecosystem in the country. POs have devoted their time and effort to manage their CBFM sites, even with approximately 62,000 hectares of total forest loss from 1988 to 2015. But the rate of change is slowed down and then was reversed from negative to positive trend in the last 5 years based on available data. No? And so there are positive impacts as far as management of CBFM is concerned. And we hope that, again, the remaining forest cover under CBFMAs may be continuously protected. Despite its small average size and intended purpose, CBFMAs without forest cover decreased from 1,006 or 52% to 833 or 43% between 2003 and 2015. And this highlights the forest protection and rehabilitation efforts of the POs in their respective CBFMA to achieve sustainable forestry. Let me pause for a while and recognize the presence of our Honorable Secretary Roy Simatu, who I think had just joined us in our forum this morning. If I may continue my presentation, but I think I can pause for a while and ask the Honorable Secretary to share his message first. Is that the way to go, Ma'am Ami. Should I pause?
Um, Dr. Pulhin, maybe we can continue, and then after your presentation before the open forum, we can have the secretary on board.
Okay, thank you so much. So I'll just continue with the presentation. So talking about forest fragmentation analysis and land cover change, we are also saying that even with the inevitable presence of forest fragmentation, and this is happening not only in the Philippines, but all over the world, and yet 3 of the primary fragmentation indicators show that the program or the CBFM program contributes to mitigating forest fragmentation in CBFM areas. Specifically, we have used a number of metrics, and 3 of those metrics that we have used indicates that the average annual rate of change of forest in terms of the number of patches, as well as area mean, as well as the perimeter fractal dimension, is comparably slower within CBFM areas than that of the whole province, as you can see in the different percentages. Meaning to say that CBFM areas has the capacity to reduce the pressure as far as forest fragmentation in the different forest classified forest land areas are concerned. It has slower the fragmentation rate, and we did in this particular maps as an example here using the province patch maps of Nueva Vizcaya and also of the whole province of Nueva Vizcaya. So the one at your left is the sample patch maps of community-based forest management areas in Nueva Vizcaya on the year 1988 and 2015, whereas there is minimal forest fragmentation that have taken place within CBFM areas when compared to the whole province, whose rate of change is much higher. And therefore, again, our conclusion here is that CBFM has the capacity to reduce or even mitigate forest fragmentation. So still on the analysis of land use, land cover change, we look at the carbon stocks of CBFM areas, and it accounts for at least 12% of the total carbon stored in classified forest lands nationwide as of 2015. And in fact, there was a slight increase from 2003 to 2015. Probably that may be attributed to our national greening program, although we did not really have a chance to look at it more in-depthly. But the good news is that it contributes to climate change mitigation, but of course also for adaptation, in as much as they essentially reduce the vulnerability of our upland partners, communities, in terms of promoting livelihood and other services, ecosystem services. We also look at the relationship between key variables, and we just look at a couple of a number of variables which we correlated using the panel data. So for biophysical, we look at landscape metrics in terms of number of patches, edge density, and perimeter area fractal dimension. The number of patches indicates that if there is increasing number of patches, then of course area is being fragmentized. Edge density is measured in terms of meter per hectare, and also in terms of perimeter area fractal dimension. This indicates that if the value is increasing, then the ability of a particular area in terms of providing ecosystem services might be being compromised. And the literature said that a value of 1.5 to 2 puts a particular area at a critical level. So what we did is to do a regression analysis of how socioeconomic indicators, but since we are using a panel data here, we are able to just use total population and annual per capita threshold data. And we finally dropped the institutional indicators because the data that we have gathered there is not really very reliable. So we ended up just doing a panel analysis and use regression in terms of determining the influence of population and per capita threshold in terms of its effects on annual forest cover, effect on patchiness, effect on edge density, and effect on perimeter fractal dimension. And here is the key message that we want to relay. Increasing population contributes to decline in annual forest cover, and that's of course understandable, but does not necessarily affect forest fragmentation. It has not been rolled out, at least in this particular study. Of course, while population is something to watch in terms of its potential to influence or to reduce annual forest cover, but forest fragmentation is much complicated and need further analysis. But what is interesting, I believe, is that increasing poverty incidence is significantly contributes to the reduction in annual forest cover, as well as to increasing forest fragmentation. And essentially, this highlights the fact that we need to address poverty and promote more sustainable livelihood if we want to maintain or even increase forest cover in the uplands, as well as to reduce forest fragmentation that may compromise forest ecosystem services. And the reason why we are really focusing on forest fragmentation is that we are drawing from the findings of the Center for International Forestry Research, which argued that forest fragmentation is the enemy and the recipe for disaster. And hence, we are looking at it as an important indicator. Now, let me quickly go to the recommendations in the interest of time, and I'll just be very quick on this. And first is we need to institutionalize the evidence-based policy and decision-making in CBFM program, using the database developed by this study as an input. As I have mentioned earlier, we will be turning over to the to DNR the outputs of the database that we have generated, including the shape files of both land use, land cover change, and forest fragmentation for DNR's own use, so that they can use it in terms of basis for policy and decision making, and also continue to update whatever we have started with. We believe that the effectiveness of CBFM can be ensured through a robust, participatory, and regular monitoring and assessment of CBFM success indicators. And these indicators we have already identified in our theory of change. We just need to populate the data because data currently is very sparse. And we are saying that a systematic, comprehensive, and up-to-date database is really important to be integrated into the DNR knowledge management system, again, to support the evidence-based policy and decision-making. We need to employ geospatial planning that clearly delineate areas for production and protection within CBFM sites to better address forest fragmentation and advance sustainable provision of ecosystem services in this particular area. When we were doing our analysis, we cannot find the shape files, of course, that separates production and protection in CBFM areas. Enabling policy and institutional support mechanisms, including the smooth and timely renewal of the expiring CBFMAs, which is close to 1 million, as I've mentioned earlier, for social enterprise development to enhance income and provide sustainable livelihoods for PO members is really necessary and should be a major focus in the next 25 years or so. We need to explore alternative financing mechanisms such as PS, private partnership, bank financing, RED Plus, if applicable, as well as others to support social enterprise development in the next 25 years. In the part of the PO, we need continuing training of existing, but also equally, if not even more important, is the second liners or second line leadership. This is very crucial in terms of organizational management and will determine the future effectiveness and sustainability of the CBFM People's Organization. Equally, if even more crucial, is the fact that there is a really urgent need for collaboration between DNR and NCIP in order to forge a win-win strategy promotive of socioeconomic development and sustainable forest management that will be beneficial to both IPs and tenured migrant communities. And again, this is considering the fact that many of our CBFMA areas overlaps or tend to overlaps with the application of our brother indigenous communities for their ancestral domain claims. We also believe that there's a need to develop a CBFM strategic action plan or update, if one is already existing, for the next 25 years with the detailed targets. And one way to look at that is to look at the Philippine Master Plan for Forestry Development, where there is already a target there in terms of number of hectares to be placed under the management of community-based forest management and CADPs. We also need to specify our outputs, outcomes, and impacts, and the theory of change that we have started with this project may be useful. And this has to be done in collaboration with the different stakeholders using the results of this study and other relevant information. And now to my last slide, in terms of the concluding statements, we said that despite the many barriers and challenges in implementing CBFM program over the last 25 years, 26 years or so, or even longer, if you reckon it as early as 1970s, both the PO leaders and the DNR field staff still view CBFM as the best option to sustainably manage the remaining forest resources of the country while improving the socioeconomic well-being of the upland communities in the next 25 years. We are convinced that through an enabling policies and enhanced institutional support system, matched with the sustained commitment of the empowered POs, there can be greater impacts of the house at the household, community, and national levels towards the full realization of CBFM programs' intended goals and objectives for the next 25 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pulhin, for the very comprehensive and interesting presentation, highlighting the findings and recommendations of this landmark study. Just a reminder, I would like to remind everyone that you can post your questions at the chat box and at the message of the FB live streaming. Before we proceed to the open forum, I would like to call on a very special guest to give his keynote message. With DENR at the helm of the CBFM program's implementation in the country, our next speaker and special guest is our DENR Secretary, Honorable Roy A. Simatu. Aside from leading the agency, he is also the Cabinet Officer of the Regional Development and Security for the Western Visayas region and co-chair of the Build Back Better Task Force. Also worth noting is his long career in public service, highlighted by his posts as former Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of the Philippines and as Special Presidential Envoy to the Middle East with rank of Ambassador. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I welcome the Honorable Secretary Roy A. Simatu for his message.
Thank you, Attorney Election. Maraming salamat. Maraming rin salamat kay Dean Marlo. Maraming salamat for your quick or prompt and early response to our conversation several weeks ago when you visited me in the office, talking about this forum that we are now having. Maraming salamat, Marlo. Hindi ko lang napakinggan yung ano mong opening remarks mo kasi sabay itong Zoom meeting ngayon, one for the forestry and one for the mining industry. Pareho ang start ng time 8:45 yung isa, 8:30 yung isa. Nauna yung forestry sa ano. So, siguraduhin ko lang na tama itong, in fact, I am having a meeting ngayon, sabay itong Zoom. So, tignan ko muna kung tama itong babasahin ko na prepare ni Director Amaro. Tignan ko lang muna kung tama itong babasahin ko. Ito na. Si nakapokus rin ito sa isang meeting about MICC lang ito. Direct ng secretary ito. Kasama ka sila. Well, I'm honored to address the National Forum entitled Retrospects and Prospects on the Community-Based Forest Management Program in the Philippines. This forum represents a pivotal opportunity where we make use of the lessons learned from the past 26 years of the CBFM program to map a more efficient path towards the attainment of sustainable forest management. This is the most opportune time for us to take stock of the CBFM program, mainly because its community-based forest management agreement with people's organizations is for a period of 25 years, renewable for another 25 years. We have just completed the first 25 years for the initial agreements in 1995. So before we move on to the next quarter century, it is best for us to conduct an assessment and share or shape a consensus that can guide us in going forward. Thank you, Dr. Jan Paulhin. Dahil sa late akong pumasok rito, napakinggan ko yung ano mo, sinabi mo. And please give me or give us a copy of your presentation. Very nice. And I would like to congratulate you for sharing your assessment. Ito na hinihintay ko na may assessment. Sana kami, naunahan mo na kami. Naunahan mo na. So maraming salamat ito sa pag nakinig ako sa iyo. Buti na lang nauna ka sa akin kasi nakinig ako sa iyo. Otherwise, hindi ko mapakinggan kung nauna ako sa iyo. Pupunta sana ako sa MICC, sa mining industry na sa executive department plans natin sa mga about mining naman. Well, marami akong nakuha sa iyo, and the most prominent na narinig ko is about leadership. Pareho-pareho tayo, pag-isip ko yan. Kahit anong programa ng DNR, ang nagpapagalaw dyan is the Senro. Kung mahina Senro, anak ko, kawawa ang programa. Hindi magagalaw, hindi matutuloy, hindi mapapaganda. Pero kung magaling ang Senro, ayun, magaling rin na programa mangyayari. Ganyan ang gusto mo siguro sabihin that your prominent is leadership talaga. Totoo yan. Hindi sa amin sa central dito, magpatupad dito, CBFM. It's not even the regional director. It's the Senro. And therefore, we have to select the Senro properly. Dapat magaling at saka masipag at saka he goes the extra mile. Pirmi, hindi lang basta-basta nandiyan ka. Ganyan minsan na nangyayari. Siguro, if I assess my Senros now, medyo maraming failure. And therefore, I would like to take advantage of that. Provision na nabanggit mo is leadership is very vital. So minsan, nakausap ko nga si Marlo Marlo, ilan ba nag-graduate ng College of Forestry sa Los Baños? Ilan ba ang nag-graduate every year? Sabi niya, about 100 lang, 100 lang. Tapos, ilan lang pupunta sa DNR from the forestry? Ilan ba kayong pumasok dito na sa DNR? Sabi ko sa mga alumni of UP Los Baños. Mabibilang mo rin. Maraming magkaklasmate nga yata pumunta rito sa DNR. Pero kulang. We have 140 Senros. Yung nagpro-produce lang ng is 100, medyo kukulangin talaga tayo sa pag-ikot ng mga cycle ng mga who will be Senros. So sa akin, the very most important factor in making a forestry programs of our country is the Senro. No more, no less. Even in our department central ngayon, maraming magagaling. Policy making, gagawin ng mga issues, ganyan. Pero hanggang doon lang dito, pagbaba, nawawala yung enthusiasms natin. Kaya very careful ako ngayon mag-designate ng Senro. So tamang-tama yung sinabi mo at saka including yung nabanggit mo nga yung about the community-based. There is pandemic ngayon, but I went around yesterday. Tumaan nga ako sa Los Baños. Diretso ako sa Calaraya because there is a problem in Calaraya because of this irregular development of the lake. Of course, the watershed there is okay. Yung forest doon ay okay naman. Pero yung mismo sa lake, and tamang-tama yung pagpunta ko doon, I just would like to share with you about the lake. Doon ko lang nalaman na yung Lake Caliraya pala is man-made, gawa ng tao. And dahil sa gawa ng tao, dahil may dahilan. Ang dahilan kasi yan, yung Lake Caliraya is to generate hydroelectric power. Pero depende naman yan kung may tubig, bababa sa watershed o hindi. Ay isang river lang naman ang pumupunta doon sa loob ng ano yan yung lake. And the watershed is very important. Which the DNR is responsible for the watershed. The watershed is a forest. And therefore, kinoconnect ko lahat ito. Watershed is DNR. The water is DNR. And also the regulation and the easement of the lake is DNR. So ito na ngayon ang pinag-usapan namin kapon doon. And there was even made mention about the carrying capacity of the Caliraya Lake. And sabi ko, oh, meron akong bureau dyan sa Los Baños. Yung Research Bureau namin. So, bumabalik man pa rin sa Los Baños. So, one time, bisita ako dyan sa inyo. Puntaan ko si Dean Marlo. Congratulations, Dean Marlo, for your promotion to Dean. From Music DNR, nag-Dean. O, ito na pala. Marlo, maraming salamat dito sa itong ginawa mo, itong forum na ito. Maalala ko nga pala, nabanggit mo noon sa akin, maalala ko nga, when we were talking about the National Greening Program, the CBFM. So, ang main goal naman ng CBFM noon, at the time when nag-umpisa, 25 years ago, ay forestry conservation. Meaning, wala tayong programa na mag-protect yung ating forest. Tama yung analysis mo kanina, Dr. Jan. Nagugulat ako, ang daming doktor para. Pagkala ko, doktor sa pandemic, doktor sa pagka-doctorate ito. So, I will just call you doctor naman. Siyempre, pinaghirapan rin ilang taon rin yan pangdagdag sa natin, doctorate. Buti na lang walang doctorate of military science. Otherwise, mag-doctorate rin siguro ako. Ganda naman ito. Mga sa mga professors natin sa military science, sa mga ano rin. May mga doctors rin yan, doctor of philosophies naman. But, napag-usapan namin ni Marlo noon about the National Greening Program at saka community-based. Ang nakita kasi namin doon, nakita ko rin, present ko rin sa kanya, ay yung National Greening Program walang tenurial, meaning walang kasulatan kung anong mangyayari kung malaki na yung kahoy na tinanim mo. Anong sharing mo dyan? Hindi katulad dito sa community-based, meron tenurial naman. Yung sinasabi nilang you can use whatever you can use with the plant. Huwag ka lang magputol. Kung magputol ka man, medyo ito ngayon ang medyo delikado. Mas marami mong putol kaysa maiwan. Yan ang delikado. Wala yatang ano dyan. May sinabi pa kami, pinag-usapan pa namin yung balo noon. I would like to share with you of coming up with a selected region na talagang dedicated for forestry. Dedicated talaga for a national greening program. Kasi ang isang hindi maganda kasi nangyari dito sa national greening program, kahit yung mga regions na talagang ay talagang meron talagang silang quota to do something kahit hindi niya magampanan yun. Hindi katulad yung region dyan sa Caraga na talagang medyo maganda yung national greening program, the survival rate compared to the other regions talaga na ano. Now, in the community-based naman, nakita ko yung wisdom noon na there was nothing or there was very less anti-prevention of cutting of trees. Kasi Every time na mapunta ko sa Senros, ang dinidisplay nila doon, yung illegal log na nandoon, naka-display sa Senro. Parang trophy nila. Oh, ginagawa na namin ang katungkulan namin. Arami kaming na-intercept na illegal loggers. Nandyan pa yung mga sasakyan nila, yung mga logs nandyan. Sabi ko, hindi mo dapat ipagmalaki sa akin yan. That's not my ano. Ang gusto ko ay hindi dapat, nakatayo pa sana yung mga kahoy na naputol dyan sa harapan natin ngayon. Mas gusto ko, nandyan pa, hindi na naputol. So, hindi sa akin trophy yan. That is a sign of failure. Why we did not protect in the first place? Pagputol ng kahoy na yan. Truckloads yan naputol. Eh kung nakatayo pa yan, hindi sana naibawas sa ating forest cover. Well, we still have our direction of improving the forest cover of our country and providing or sustaining later the available lumber to be used by our country. So dalawa yung direction natin. Increase natin yung forest cover at saka mag-produce tayo ng production timber for our use of the country, demand of the country for lumber. Ito ngayon very interesting data na nabanggit sa akin. The data says that the country needs 5 million cubic meters per year. 5 million cubic meters per year ang kailangan ng ating bansa. Eh ano ngayon yung ating contribution dito sa lumber requirement natin? Out of that 5 million na demand ng country natin, 1 million ang naproproduce natin. 4 million ang imported. Now, sabi ko, akala ko may forestry tayo, forest tayo. Eh sabi nila, 23% na lang ang forest cover natin and dapat dagdagan pa natin. So that makes our DENR and our Forest Management Bureau na pre-pressurized ngayon kung how can we solve this twin problem of our forest. We improve the forest cover and at the same time, we provide lumber to our country. Okay. Now, ano ba yung mga programa ng forest recovery o forest reforestation? Isa, ang latest ay yung National Greening Program. Tinanong ko si Director Amaro, UP Los Baños graduate rin yan, magaling rin yan, director ko, kaya ASEC na yan, pero ginawa ko uling director. Kasi sabi ko, we have to improve something. Again, sabi ko, hindi naman sa mga nauna ay medyo hindi sila gumawa ng maganda, pero malaking tiwala ko kay Director Amaro from ASEC, Assistant Secretary na yan, ginawa ko ulit na Bureau Director. Nagaling na siya ng Bureau Director several years back, pero binalik ko ulit siya because I know that kaya niyang isolve itong problema natin, why we have. So dalawa, twin goal of our Forest Bureau. Sabi ko, improve the forest cover from 23%. Pero model, nagdakan mo lang 1%, 2% niya for the next several years. And supply the government, supply the country of lumber. Ito lang naman ang ating so ito ngayon ang aking challenge sa kanya. Kailan kaya magkaroon tayo ng sustainable lumber na produksyon natin made in the Philippines? Kailan tayo? Sabi niya, supposed to be in 2034 pa, pero dagdagan uli niya because of this medyo na-reduce kasi yung ating National Greening Program budget and also nabubawasan because of this pandemic. So, madadagdagan uli yung number of years na kailangan tayo sustainable. Then the forest cover again of 23%. This community-based management program natin, tama yung sinabi mo, when you cited the province, Nueva Vizcaya, about the forest cover. Sabi mo, na despite the population, rise in population, na naka-deforest sometime, may mga iba naman na despite that, ay talagang na-increase pa rin ng forest cover. And you attributed this forest cover by the performance of the community-based program, forestry program. So, I congratulate the CBFM kung sino man na nag-author ito. Sino bang nag-ano? Palagay ko, if that came 25 years ago, you were not yet a doctor noon, hindi pa kayo doktor noon, 25 years back. Ano pa kayo noon siguro? Elementary o ano yan, ano? So, buti naman na talagang nakabigay sa atin. Marami tayong programa eh. Mayroon pa akong nakikita noon ng mga programa, pero the worst program na nanonood natin, yung ano yata, inalaw ng cutting, unrestricted cutting of trees. Kaya maalaala ko tuloy yung kantya ko kay Director Amaro, Asek Amaro. Sabi ko, bakit yung subject ninyo dyan sa UP Los Baños, nakita ko yung curriculum niyo dyan, bakit may timber cutting? Sabi niya. Oh, sabi ko, timber cutting. Oh, biro mo, ang unang tinuro sa inyo, timber cutting, cutting of timbers. Eh, di puputulin mo kagad yan, unang pag-aralan ninyo. So, sabi ko, hindi naman sir, sabi niya, hindi naman kasi, aywan ko, dati bang curriculum ninyo galing sa American, curriculum that, alam mo, at the time, kasi doon sa Amerika, talagang they had enough forest talaga. Kaya, the technique of timber cutting talaga ituro mo. Sabi ko, sa atin, chainsaw technology lang yan eh. Chainsaw technology. Anyway, to be fair with Director Amaro, basahin ko muna yung ginawa niya. Back in 1995, we started with just 39 community forest management agreements involving 106,609 hectares and 10,620 beneficiaries. In 2015, the 20th year of the program, we had 1,884 CFMAS encompassing 1,600 hectares with 191,000 beneficiaries. These figures indicate tremendous growth, success that breeds more success. The importance of sustainable forests to our country cannot be overemphasized. It is a key to poverty alleviation, not just for upland communities, but for the rest of the nation as well, given the reach-to-reef connectivity of ecosystems and environment. If the highlands are deforested, they become degraded, leading to loss of topsoil, flash floods, siltation of rivers, and less productive watersheds, among other events that cause or aggravate poverty. Nandito na lahat ng problema natin sa flooding. Karoon ulit tayo ng flooding ulit recently dito sa Manila and also in Cagayan last year. And that's the reason why we have this Build Back Better, which I chaired. And I agree that really there is something that we have to do with our forest. Dagdagan natin. In fact, I am even toying the idea of having to increase the forest cover. I would require each municipality to have its own forest, municipal forest, Pagawa talaga tayo. May mga iba naman, may mga forest na talaga. And to be fair, marami tayong kailangan pang gagawin to protect the forest. In fact, I'm already toying the idea of limiting or preventing the issuance or sale of chainsaw. Kasi kung walang chainsaw, di ka naman hindi ka pag illegal logging yung gumagamit ng chainsaw, talagang may dahilan. So, pinag-limit ko yung chainsaw, sabi ko kay Asek Amaro, I look into the Chainsaw Act kung pwede natin i-limit. And I'm planning for that because this is one way or the biggest way to prevent illegal logging. Hindi ka pwede maglag lang yan sa mga axe o kaya bottle kailangan talagang chainsaw So if you don't have the chainsaw, wala kang way of illegal logging. Lahat mga illegal loggers may chainsaw. Now, by the way, I forgot to mention kanina about yung contribution natin sa demand of logs of lumber in our country. As I said kanina, out of 5 million na kailangan natin ng country, 1 million lang na produce ng ating bayan. 1 million. Saan nanggaling naman ng 1 million? Anong programa pinanggalingan ng 1 million? Maniwala kayo, mga 80 to 85% manggaling sa private mga producer. Either Jamelina, sinasabi, at saka mahogany, karamihan. Mayroon rin mangyum, pero private ang pinanggalingan yan. Sa atin, sa gobyerno naman, saan nanggagaling yan? Di ba? Yan ang main natin, main ng forest bureau natin. To find out kung saan manggaling, we plant or we let people plant in their private lots. Malaki ang pinanggagalingan. Tinignan ko rin kung ilang percent ang galing sa CBFM. Nanggagaling ba dyan? Yung mga pinuputol nila, binebenta. Meron rin, malalaki rin ang yan. Pero less than yan. Ilang percent ba yan? So we'll find out, hindi ko lang nakita ng yung explanation mo kanina, Doktor. But we'll find out kung ano na i-contribute naman ng CBFM dito sa lumber requirement of the country. Aside from their livelihood, mga tao, and protecting the... Moreover, forests are not confined to highlands but extend to the coast in the form of mangroves. Forests provide a multitude of ecosystem services, including the provision of habitats to much of our biodiversity. They also act as carbon sinks and mitigate climate change. But in the past, the government was unable to directly protect our forests adequately. Eventually, the government had to accept the proposition that host communities are in a better position to manage forests because they have a material stake in keeping forests productive. Oh, this is now really a question that can be posed. We have the Upper Marikina forest cover, forest protected area. We have about 2,700 there. I went there yesterday, coming from Malikaya,
Kaliraya, sir.
Kaliraya, Lake Kaliraya. Sino yun? Sino yung nagsagot?
Asek Marcel.
Eh?
Asek Marcel.
Oh, Kaliraya. Now, when we were there, we went down to Masongi, and we have this 2,700 protected area. Now, we have a problem because we have to make sure that it becomes a protected area na hindi madedevelop masyado, hindi rin papayagan na may mga taong nakatira doon, and saka at the same time ma-prevent natin yung unregulated gagawin na naman mga private resort ganon. So this is a thing that we have to nandun kasi yung masongi rin yung masongi issue. So maraming doon na mga rangers na baril na naman, and that's the reason why we have really requested Congress to legislate the enactment of a law that will allow DNR to have a Bureau for Enforcement Bureau of the DNR. Kaya ito kasi sana ipaano ko diyan sa we are coming up with a plan to come up with the Enforcement Bureau that will be deployed or will be stationed outside of our central office. Dito sa Quezon City. Gusto kong ilagay doon sa area na yan para they will be the one to protect the Upper Marikina protected area. Unlike loggers who value forest only for their timber, host communities value forest for a broad array of ecological services. We will ask the Forest Management Director, Sec Mar, kung pwede ba ito, CBFM doon? Wala naman kasing community doon bawal But if we, I don't know, if pag-aralan nga natin ito kung how will we protect the 2,700 forest cover in the Marikina protected area. This is also the reason why, in addition to the CBFM programs, we have been promoting bamboo and agroforestry through the Enhanced National Greening Program, the largest and longest running reforestation program in our country's history. Nag-umpisa ito noong 2011, 2011. So yung mga kahoy na natanim natin noon, 2011, ilan na ba years na? 10 years? 10 years old na ba yung mga kahoy na naitanim natin? So, aside from the palkata, ay meron nagpo-produce na rin naman tayo konti from the National Greening Program. Pero hindi pa, maliit pa as a percentage of our locally produced lumber. Through agroforestry, upland communities will be able to improve their livelihood with crops and also bamboo. The difference is that in the Enhanced National Greening Program, there is no management agreement that gives upland dwellers a secure 25-year tenure over the forest land, unlike in the CBFM program. Yan ito yung nabanggit ko kanina. Wala kasi tinanong ko nga what will happen itong people's organization natin na pinagtanim natin 10 years ago, kung magpro-produce na yan, halimbawa 10 years from now, may maging 20 years old na yung kahoy nila. Tapos meron mga nabenta nila. Paano yung sharing? Wala kasi yan sa National Greening Program Hindi nakalagay sa programa yung sharing. Oh, how will because remember that the money that is being used here comes from the government. Binabayaran sila sa atin ng seedlings and so on, Now, it becomes an investment. Actually, investment kasi ito so nakaano as an investment ito. The funds that was used is a capital outlay, or in other words, investment. So the government sa kanila ito as an investment. Pero itong PO na People's Organization na gumawa, ano yung role nila rito? So ito ngayon wala pa. So pag-aralan pa namin ito, pag-aralan ni Mars na naman ito, Amaro, to how to do this sharing. In this sense, since we have this tenural instrument on them, the CBFM program is superior, and we would like to see it expanded and extended. On this note, I urge the participants to contribute their best to the success of this national forum. And for us at DNR, as I said, leadership is very vital, very important. And therefore, we will select the best. Our junior officers will be given the position of Senro, very important position. To me, this is a frontline troops, like in the military. Ito yung pansabak eh. Pag yung frontline mo mahina, ay talagang matatalo kayo sa gera. So we have to put your best man in front. Ito na ngayon mga Senros. And therefore, this is the reason why I urge those who are graduates of the forestry in Los Baños, you join the DNR and gawin natin Senro, and i-apply natin yung pinag-aralan natin in the college. And in this note, let us continue and strengthen our partnership, Dean Marlo, in pursuit of sustainable forest management. Maraming salamat mo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary, for the inspiring message and commitment to the CBFM program. May we request your indulgence, Secretary, to join us in a photo ops? So may I request everyone to turn on your cameras so we can take photos. Okay, so thank you very much. We are now ready to take questions from the floor. Please be reminded that we would like the question to be directed to the study, to the presentation that was given earlier by Dr. Pulhin. So we have a first question here. This is from Mr. Alvin Angelo Salting of the Ecosystems Research and Development Bureau. It says, it is very interesting to know more about the carbon stock assessment the project undertook, albeit supplemental. Clarification lang po as to the extent, was it nationwide, and the availability of the data. Maraming salamat po. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. Yes, it's nationwide. And we just use the data of NAMRIA. That's 2003, 2010, and 2015 as a basis. We don't have the 2020 yet. But yes, it's nationwide. Thank you for the question.
Okay, we have another one here from MCME, Nicasio Balahadia. Is there a possibility that the result of the study, in layman's terms, be relayed to the direct beneficiary of CBFM on the countryside? Like, is there an attempt to recognize the successful and modeled CBFM beneficiary and sites? Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. I'll start with the second question. That is there an attempt to recognize? Yes, there's an attempt to recognize, and the in-depth cases that we use in this study is really an attempt to recognize the successful cases, but we also draw not on the successful cases, but those who have struggled through time as well. In terms of is there a plan to laymanize and so on? From the start, we don't our intention here is not to wait up until the end of the project to share our findings. In fact, from the very start, the POs have always been with us. And that's the series of 3 regional PO consultations, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, is an attempt not only to validate our initial findings, but also to relate the emerging relay the emerging findings already of this particular study. And hopefully, towards the end, our partners can also relay it to the different, because we cannot do it ourselves, but we are assuming, that's why we are engaging so many partners here, so that at the end of this, once we have come up with a final output, then our partners can help us relay this on the ground. So yan po ang ano natin.
Okay, thank you, Sir John. There's a comment here from Mr. Oliver Agoncillo of the FPE on prospects. With the IPCC report out, carbon market seems to be emerging again as an incentive for local and international efforts to restore, protect forests and watersheds. It would be very helpful to know current efforts and immediate plans by government agencies, especially DENR and other actors in terms of policies and programs that strengthen MRV, monitoring, reporting, and verification, ensure safeguard, etc. for forest holders. Oliver would like Dr. Pulhin's comment on that statement.
Thank you, Oli, for that comment. Yes, you are right. Just 2 days ago, the AR6, which is it's still the working group 1, actually. The working group 2 and working group 3 reports are yet to be released at the later part of this month, of this year rather. I happen to be working on working group 2, so our report is yet to be released. But you are right in terms of the resurgence of interest in terms of the role of forests and climate change mitigation. Our assumption, our suggestion is to start with voluntary market, no? Kasi it may be a long way to really carbon credits and so on, and the verification both at the national and local level. Of course, we have another meeting also, a national forum, which was also very, very informative, where some people are also quite cautious in terms of mechanisms like RED Plus and so on. But we can always start with voluntary markets in terms of members of the private sector who want to work with local communities in terms of promoting livelihood, but also conserving their carbon stocks. And there are quite a number of initiatives on this already, no? In fact, EDC, I understand, is doing it. Ayala Corporation is also doing it. So meron naman din tayo mga initiatives along this line. But you are right. We can tap also this additional potential or opportunity or mechanism in order to, I think the bottom line here is, would it be beneficial to local communities, and would they have the control over their resources? So as we have mentioned in one of the previous meetings that we had online, is that what is important is for the communities to understand their pros and cons. And you are right in terms of creating the appropriate safety nets so that we can also participate in these opportunities and mechanisms and taking advantage of these opportunities for the benefits of local communities and for the environment as well. So thank you for that comment, Oli.
So thank you very much, Sir John. At this point, in the interest of time, we will have to close the Q&A portion, but we will reply to your questions via email. You can still post questions in the chat box. Now, we now have an opportunity to continue the sharing and discussion through our group workshops. But before you proceed to the workshop session, let me first brief you on the mechanics for this specific breakout session. Okay, so on the screen, you will see the mechanics. The breakout session will run for 55 minutes. That is from 10:30 to 11:25. The participants will be divided into 6 groups. Okay, each group will be focusing on a specific theme, either biophysical, institutional, and socioeconomic. Kindly join the breakout invitation flashed in your screen. As you all know, we have been pre-assigned to specific groups. Inside the room, the facilitator will provide the link to the Google Jamboard via the chat box. Please access it accordingly. Please do not edit other participants' sticky note in the Google Jamboard. Or for those who are having difficulty with the Google Jamboard, the participants can either type their answers in the chat box or speak up by clicking the raise hand button. Once the group has concluded their session, the room will automatically close and you will be brought back to plenary. And after the 10-minute break, the reporting of each group will commence. Okay, so with that, I think we are now ready to proceed to our breakout sessions. So we will see you later after 55 minutes.
Dinig mayo. Yan po magpa.
We breathe in it. We eat and drink from it. And we survive because of it. But as we enjoy it, we also have a responsibility to take care of it. Now more than ever, we need to protect nature, not just for today's generation, but also for the next. Every one of us can do something. What will you do to protect our nature and the environment?
Sisiguraduhin kong hindi maruming usok ang ibubuga ng aking sasakyan.
Magbibisikleta ako upang makabawas sa polusyon.
Magtitipid ako sa paggamit ng tubig.
Papatayin ko ang aking computer kapag hindi ko ito ginagamit.
Pag ako ay nag-grocery, nagdadala ako ng sarili kong eco bag.
Panatiliin kong malinis ang ating kapaligiran.
Hindi na po kami magtatapon ng basura kung saan-saan.
Ako po, nagre-recycle ng mga hindi nabubulok po na mga basura.
Ang pagtatanim po ay nakakatulong sa pagkaaliwalas ng ating kapaligiran.
Mag-aaral ako mabuti upang makakontribute pa ng ibang paraan upang makatulong sa kalikasan.
Magtatanim po ako ng puno para po makatulong po ako sa kalikasan.
Forest technician, ako dapat ay merong paninindigan sa kung anong batas na aking ipinapatupad para sa kapakanan ng ating kalikasan at para sa kinabukasan ng susunod na henerasyon.
As we rise above the challenges brought by COVID-19 and as we do our best to heal from the pandemic, we should also do what we can for nature to help it heal as well. Let us protect nature, sustain our environment and natural resources, and heal as one, because now is the time for nature.
Ito ang Earth sa taong 2100. Sa panahong ito, kakaunti na lang ang habitable places sa mundo. Makikitang lubog na sa baha ang mga world-known metropolis dahil sa pagtaas ng sea level. Anong sanhi nito? I will be showing you how we might or might not end up like this in the future. Back in 2020, hindi pa lubog sa baha ang Luneta, pero patuloy ang paglala ng sakit ni Mother Earth. She wasn't infected with COVID, pero patuloy ang paglabas ng sintomas niya. I'm sure, narinig mo na kung anong iniinda niya, pero baka di lang ito ang priority mo sa ngayon. Climate change. Ito ang sakit ng Earth sa kasalukuyan. Ito ang pagbabago sa klima ng mundo. Anong halaga nito sa iyo kung di ka naman naabot sa susunod na siglo? Makinig ng mabuti at i-explain ko ang science at politics nito sa pinakamadaling paraan. Climate change is a difference in Earth's average temperature and weather conditions in a region for a long period of time. Ito ay epekto ng tinatawag na global warming o ang pagtaas ng temperatura sa mundo. Gawa ito ng increasing greenhouse gases sa atmosphere na umaharang sa init ng araw na dapat sana'y palabas patungo ng space, kaya nagkakaroon tayo ng tinatawag na greenhouse effect. Sa mahigit 4 na bilyong taon ng Earth, historically, nagbabago-bago talaga ang global climate. Sa mga unang bilyong taon ng Earth, natural, ang causes ng climate change tulad ng pagtama ng asteroid, sabayang pagsabog ng maraming bulkan at patuloy na pagdevelop ng mundo para maging livable ito sa mga tao. Ngunit simula ng Industrial Revolution noong mid-1700, natuto ang mga tao na gumamit ng fossil fuels to power industries, transportation, and homes, or simply have a more convenient life. Ngunit sa pag-burn ng fossil fuels, nagdudulot ito ng maruming hangin na malaki ang potential for health risks like asthma, heart disease, at lung cancer. Sa panahong ito, lumobo rin ang populasyon ng buong mundo mula sa 600 million to nearly 8 billion in 2020. Kaya mas lumawak din ang lupang ginagamit para gawing tirahan, sakahan, at economic zones na dati mga gubat o forest lands. Dahil sa paglobo ng populasyon, dumami rin ang food consumption ng tao sa baboy, manok, baka, at iba pang livestock na nagpo-produce ng greenhouse gas na methane. All of these human activities release tons of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. Kapansin-pansin ang pagtaas ng global average atmospheric carbon dioxide from 280 parts per million to approximately 410 parts per million in 2019. Ito ang dahilan ng mabilis na pagtaas ng temperatura ng mundo. Kung patuloy itong tataas sa taas ng mabilis, ito ang problema. Klaro na tao ang may kagagawa ng mga ito, kaya tao rin ang magpapabago nito. Malinaw ang epekto ng climate change na makikita sa pagkatunaw ng mga glacier, pagdating ng mga mapinsalang bagyo, daan-daang pagkasira ng mga coral reefs at pagkakaroon ng fish kills, pagkakaroon ng malawakang pagtuyot at forest fires na siyang magiging sanhi ng malawakang pagkagutom ng mga hayop at maging ng mga tao. Nasa harapan na natin ang epekto ng climate change, pero marami pa rin ang kibit-balikan at tumutulugsa rito. It's really hard to change the climate of lifestyle. Kung magpapatuloy ito, mawala ay na-snap ang biodiversity o magkakaroon pa ng iba't ibang super typhoon tulad ng Yolanda at Rolly. Ang solusyon ng buong mundo? Ang pagbabago ng nakagawian. Think about it. Halos lahat ng mga tao sa cities ay gumagamit ng kuryente. Sa Pilipinas pa lang, tumataas na ang energy consumption. May approximately 75 million mobile phone users sa bansa. Wala pa dyan ang paggamit ng radio, TV o iba pang appliances. Milyon-milyon din ang gumagamit ng transportasyon tulad ng eroplano, barko, kotse, jeep at tricycle. Lahat ng mga ginagawa ng modern society ay nakakaapekto sa polusyon ng mundo na siyang nakakaapekto sa pagbabago ng klima nito. Hindi na lang ito about the science and environment anymore. Sakop na rin ito ang socio-political aspects, hindi lang ng Pilipinas, pero ng buong mundo dahil bawat tao at bawat bansa sa mundo ay interconnected. Ang malaking tanong ngayon ay how can we change the climate using our global interconnectedness? Ilang dekada na rin tayong nakikipaglaban tungkol dito. Nakailang beses na rin nagkaroon ng pagpupulong ang mga bansa. Nagkaroon na rin ng iba't ibang international protocols. Lahat ng ito ay suportado ng Pilipinas. Bakit naman hindi? Isang Pilipinas sa most vulnerable na bansa sa usapin ng climate change. Maaaring ganito ang sapitin ng luneta in 2100 kung hindi tayo kikilos. Ngayon, meron na tayong mga programs and policies na sumasaklaw dito. Ang kailangan na lang nating gawin ay tuparin at sundin ang mga ito. Kaya ng mga tao na pigilan ng climate change at magkaroon ng balansa sa kalikasan at sa pag-asenso ng mundo. Kaya ito dahil kayang-kaya mo maging masinop sa paggamit ng enerhiya. Kayang-kaya mong kumonsumo ng sapat sa iyong pangangailangan. At kayang-kaya mong pausbungin ang lupa at magtanim ng mga puno't halaman. Tandaan, whatever we do impacts the world. Ito ang klima ng pagbabago. Ikaw, anong mas gusto mo? Ang magpalutang-lutang sa luneta o magkaroon ng sustainable na pamumuhay?
Ito ang kagubatan natin sa taong 2100. Sa panahong ito, full-blown na ang epekto ng climate change, lalo na sa ating mga kalupaan. Makikitang lantad na ang katawan ni Maria Makiling. Kalbo na ang malalaking forest lands at mga kabundukan. Kaya lumawak na rin ang sakop ng mga disyerto at mga unproductive lands. At dahil sa pagtaas ng sea level, lubog na rin sa baha ang ibang mga kalupaan. Ilan lang ang mga ito sa epekto ng climate change. This time, I'll be showing you how we can mitigate and adapt to the changing climate and not end up like this in the future. Back in the 1900s, wala pang comprehensive policies about the protection of the environment. Una, wala pang konsepto ng climate change noon dahil nito lang nakaraang mga dekada ito na bigyang pansin at napag-aaralan ng mga tao. Pangalawa, developing pa ang mga bansa noon at di pa lumulubong populasyon ng tao. Kaya kakaunti pa ang lupa ng ginagawang sakahan, syudad at mga lugar for other human activities. Back then, we were not conscious that we are rapidly degrading and denuding our forest resources. Mahigit kalahati ng total land area ng Pilipinas ay nababalot ng gubat noong 1930s. Pero sa paglaon ng mga taon, ang mga sakahan, tirahan, logging at kaingin at maging forest fires ay sinakop ang napakalawak na kagubatan. Bumaba ang forest cover natin from 57% in 1930s to just 23% in 2010. Katumbas na lang ito ng 6.8 million hectares na kagubatan. Ang mabilis na pagkaubos ng gubat ay nagiging sanhi rin ng climate change. Anong halaga nito sa'yo kung di ka naman nakatira sa gubat? Makinig ng mabuti at i-explain ko ang halaga nito sa'yo. Tropical rainforest ang klase ng kagubatan sa Pilipinas. Kahit hindi kasing laki ng Amazon ang mga kagubatan sa Pilipinas, ito naman ang isa sa pinakamayaman sa biodiversity. Naninirahan sa Pilipinas ang 70% ng flora at fauna species sa buong mundo at marami dito ay sa bansa lang matatagpuan. Lumilipad sa mga kagubatan natin ang pinakamalaking agila sa buong mundo at ang pinakamalaking paniki. Sa mga kagubatan din natin matatagpuan ang pinakamaliit na primate sa buong mundo. Matatagpuan din sa bansa ang pinakamalaking species ng bulaklak. Hindi lang biodiversity natin ang umaasa sa gubat. Pinaka-umaasa dito ay ang mga tao. Bakit kamo? Kailangan ng mga tao ang para sa pagkain ito. Maliban pa dyan, sa gubat din tayo maasa ng tubig na maiinom at pangkabuhayan. Di lamang sa pag-harvest ng mga prutas, gulay at kahoy, ngunit pati na rin sa iba't ibang ecotourism activities na dulot nito. At higit sa lahat, ang mga gubat din ang una nating panangga sa climate change dahil nag-absorb ito ng atmospheric carbon. Mainam din ito sa mga climate adaptation upang mabawasan ang landslides at flash floods at mapigilan ang storm surges. Sa madaling salita, kailangan nating payabungin ang kagubatan para sa food security, poverty reduction, environmental stability, biodiversity conservation, and climate change mitigation and adaptation. Kaya naman ng gobyerno, kasama ang iba't ibang stakeholders ito, ay nagpupula ng iba't ibang paraan upang ibalik ang sigla ng ating mga kagubatan. Nariyan ang REDD+, o ang Reducing Emissions from Deforestation and Forest Degradation in Developing Countries, and the role of conservation, sustainable management of forests, and enhancement of forest carbon stocks. Ang REDD+ ay isang national strategy para mabawasan ang greenhouse gas emissions sa pamamagitan ng pagpipigil ng pagkasira ng mga kagubatan, pag-conserve ng biodiversity at pagsagana ng pamumuhay. It's also a global initiative to incentivize developing countries, like the Philippines, for protecting their forests. Ito rin ang tumulak sa atin para ma-implement ang iba't ibang reforestation at forest protection programs sa bansa. Dalawa sa eligible activities ng REDD+ ay ang National Greening Program or NGP at Forest Protection Program. Ang NGP ay naglalayong magtanim ng libu-libong puno sa mga lupaing pwedeng tamnan ng mga puno't halaman. Ngayon, ito na ang Enhanced National Greening Program na naglalayong palawigin pa ang nasimulang program sa pagpapayabong ng ating mga kagubatan. As of November 2020, over 2 million hectares of land have been planted on with 1.75 million seedlings. Pinaigting naman ang pagbabantay at pangangalaga sa ating mga kagubatan ng Forest Protection Program sa tulong ng Lawin System. Sama-sama ang mga kinaukulan at iba't ibang stakeholders, kabilang ang mga komunidad na naging forest rangers na masusing nagbabantay at nangangalaga sa mga kagubatan. At dahil sa Lawin, mas nagkaroon ng real-time reporting na padali ang data analysis at ang pagpatrolya sa mga kagubatan. At dahil sa NGP, Enhanced NGP at Lawin Program, nagkaroon ng 5 million na trabaho at na-employ ang over 700,000 na mga Pilipino. Dahil sa mga punlang ito, ang Pilipinas ang ikalima sa pinakamabilis na bansa patungkol sa reforestation na halos mayroong 200,000 hectares per year. Di pa uli ang lahat. May pag-asa pang yumabong muli ang ating mga gubat dahil saving the forest meant saving lives. Kaya ito dahil kayang-kaya nating sundin ang mga environmental laws and regulations ng ating bansa. Kayang-kaya mong makiisa sa mga programa para sa ating mga gubat at kayang-kaya mong mabantayan ang mga gubat upang patuloy itong lumago. Tandaan, whatever we plant now generates the forest of tomorrow. Ito ang punla ng pagbabago. Ikaw, anong mas gusto mo? Ang matuyo sa disyerto ng Mount Makiling o magkaroon ng kapaki-pakinabang na kapaligiran?
Ito ang mundo natin sa taong 2100. Malayo ito sa kinakatakutang epekto ng climate change. Bunga ito ng pangangalaga ng mga tao sa kapaligiran at mga kagubatan. Makikita nating sustainable na ang pamumuhay ng mga tao. Lahat, iisang hangarin, ang mapabuti ang lagay ni Mother Earth. This time, ipapakita ko kung paano tayo magiging ganito in the future. Sa taong 2020, may mga batas at guidelines na ang iba't ibang mga bansa at maging ang Pilipinas sa pagpapanatili ng malusog na kapaligiran at mga natural na likas na yaman. Sumusunod na sa environmental law sa mga komunidad. Wala nang kumukonsumo ng labis-labis sa kanilang pangangailangan. Ang dating maaksayang paggamit ng kuryente ay naging mas efficient na. Wala nang nakabukas kahit di naman ginagamit. Mas sustainable na rin ang mga gawi sa agrikultura ng bansa. Sina Juan at Juana ay mas moderno na ang gamit sa pagsasaka para mas matipid sa lupa at mas organic o lesser chemical use. Ang livestock farming ay mas regulated at namomonitor na rin. Ang mga dumi nito ay ginagamit na sa mas kapaki-pakinabang at pagkain na mga ito ay mas organic na rin. Tumigil na rin sa walang habas na pagputol ng mga punong kahoy sa kagubatan ng mga tao. Natuto nang gawin ng mga tao ang mas sustainable na pamamaraan sa paggamit ng timber. Ang dating walang pakialam na si Juan at Juana ay naging aware at conscious na sa mga nangyayari sa ating kapaligiran. Mas naging aktibo na rin ang ating mga plantito at plantita sa mga tree gubatan. Dahil sa reforestation and forest protection programs sa pagsusulong ng kahalagahan ng kapaligiran at kalikasan. Mas naging conscious na tayo sa malinaw na dapat ang halaga ni Mother Earth sa'yo. Mahalaga ang tropical rainforest na makikita sa Pilipinas at sa iba pang lugar para mapanatili ang klima ng mundo. Mahalaga ang biodiversity dahil lahat ng mga living at non-living things ay magkakaugnay at kinakailangan ng bawat isa, lalo na tayong mga tao. Hindi na lang ito usapin ng kung nakanino ang pinakamalaking gubat, pinakamaraming hayop o pinakamayaman na bansa. Dahil lahat tayo apektado ng nagbabagong klima ng mundo. Tayo hindi makasusulong kung di uusbong ang mga punla dahil sa baha, tagtuyot, at kung ano-ano pang epekto ng climate change. Kailangan na nating magtanim ng pagbabago ngayon para magkaroon tayo ng magandang bunga pagkatapos ng siglo. We still have time. Marami pa tayong magagawang paraan para makaani tayo ng magandang bunga. We can still save our forests for the earthlings to breathe. We can still grow our lands for all living things to flourish. We can still help Mother Earth to relieve it from all its sufferings. Pwede nating gamitin ang ating global connectedness to make a stand and make a move towards the protection of the environment. Kumilos na tayo to save our forests, our earth, our home. Laging isipin na saving the forest meant saving lives. And doing this for our earth meant doing it for ourselves and the generations beyond. Kaya mo ito dahil kasama mo kaming magsusulong ng pagbabago para sa mundo. Kayang-kaya mong tumulong upang manatiling maayos ang ating tirahan at kabuhayan. At kayang-kaya mong ipagpatuloy ang ating nasimulan para sa ikauunlad ng bayan mo, pamilya mo at sarili mo. Tandaan, caring for what we have grows the sweetest fruits of our tomorrow. Ito ang bunga ng pagbabago. Ikaw, anong mas gusto mo? Ang epekto ng climate change o ang matamis na prutas sa habag?
How do we come together for our landscapes? Can ecosystems sustain us? And how do we make our landscapes more sustainable? How can we help our local government units see our landscapes the way we see them? These are questions we might have not asked ourselves in a while now. But these are questions that we need to start talking about. If we talk about landscape governance, we're talking about you and me and many other stakeholders on the same table, but with different agendas for the spaces we live in. No, we won't start off on the same page, but it is our ultimate goal. We've started this experience since 2018 for selected landscapes in Sierra Madre, Palawan, and Bukidnon, Misamis Oriental. Since 2018, civil society organizations, community members, youth representatives, indigenous peoples, academic institutions, and government units have started coming together to talk about critical questions. Sierra Madre envisions empowered communities who can participate in decision-making processes. Palawan sees an island managed and governed with the help of science-based information and policies. Bukidnon, Misamis Oriental pushes for including indigenous peoples and communities in the local development planning processes. Now, as the dialogues run, we realize we're missing pieces of the puzzle. First missing piece is our national and local governments' engagement and commitment. As we keep on with our dialogues and we're able to co-create agreements for the futures of the landscape, it is necessary for the government to take these visions, make it theirs too, take responsibility, together with us. Second missing piece is our private sector. Our landscapes are shared resources. We have a stake in it, as our private companies also do. We're not against each other. We probably just don't spend enough time to understand each other. It is only when the pieces are present can we see the better picture. We invite you to an inclusive experience and a process that can help us make our spaces more livable and sustainable.
Si Miliano Payusan ay ang chairperson ng Upper Kibalang Agroforestry Farmers Associations. Ito ay isa sa mga people's organizations na nabigyan ng karapatan at responsibilidad na mamahala at mag-alaga ng kagubatan na tinuturing din nilang tahanan sa ilalim ng community-based forest management strategy. Ang CBFM ay ang pambansang estratehiya upang mapanatili mas mababa 1,000 hektara ang mga kagubatan dahil sa kakulangan ng sapat at pangmatagalan na kabuhayan at makabuluhan na suporta para matugunan ito. Napapanahon na muli nating suriin ang ating strategiya bilang isang alyansa ng gobyerno, pribadong sektor at mga sentro. Sa strategiya nito ay ang tamang pagtugon sa mga pangangailangan ng kagubatan. Sa ika-25 benepisyo hinahangad ng CBFM
In 2019, CSOs, indigenous peoples, local communities, and LGUs identified the need to have a Vulnerability and Risk Assessment, or VRA, for select areas in southern Sierra Madre. The VRA will help identify risks to natural hazard in the community and to engage them in developing a strategy that is responsive to the effects of climate change and disasters. The study focused on selected areas in the southern Sierra Madre landscape. It was done for a total of 2 barangays in Quezon Province and 6 barangays in Rizal Province. The study used a combined approach of aligning international and local standards of practice, emphasizing participatory processes, and generating and validating data for different sectors in all the activities implemented in the project. The team followed the 6-step process of the Climate and Disaster Risk Assessment Guidelines of the Housing and Land Use Regulatory Board, which is being used to mainstream climate change adaptation and disaster risks on local development plans. This is to ensure that the study follows a local standard of practice. The maps show the computed risks for specific sectors. One example is the population's risks to flooding, where there are 5 barangays affected. A total of 4,222 people, or 5.8% of the total population of these barangays, are exposed. The highest exposures are in barangays Dalig and Daraitan. The highest sensitivities are in barangays Cuyambay and San Andres. In terms of adaptive capacity, Barangay Daraitan is relatively high. The assessment showed that barangays Dalig, Daraitan, Cuyambay, and San Andres are moderately at risk to flooding, and Barangay Sampaloc at low risk. Having a VRA for these barangays is only an initial step to making and influencing changes in these communities. The more challenging part now is to inspire LGUs, communities, CSOs, academic institutions, and the private sector to work together towards building more resilient plans.
One of the major challenges that our landscape partners are and implementing a science-based decision-making process. This story highlights the initial stages and fruition of a partnership towards improving landscape management through collaboration and science-based plans and policies. Mindanao State University Naawan in Misamis Oriental saw an opportunity to work together with their local government unit and communities because according to their 2018 to 2024 Comprehensive Development Plan or CDP, there has not been any institutionalized management of their watershed. As a response, MSU Naawan started a reach-to-reef rapid appraisal of natural resources, socio-economic, and socio-political conditions of the communities of Talabaan watershed. The results will be used to enhance their LGU's watershed management plan. In general, their studies showed that there was observable degradation of natural habitat, mostly aggravated by unregulated activities like tree cutting, conversion of forests into agricultural areas, and unsustainable farming practices. The profiling showed that communities have medium to low resilience to climate-related disasters. This means that the LGU, MSU Naawan, together with communities, have to start working on mechanisms to increase their adaptive capacities, specifically on shifting to climate-smart agriculture and forestry approaches. Now the challenge is to continue bringing together the visions of communities and other stakeholders into a plan that is sustainable for both ecosystems and its people.
The College of Forestry and Natural Resources has come a long way since its inception in 1910 as a forestry school under the College of Agriculture. The decades that passed saw its transformation that shaped CFNR to what it is today. CFNR is nestled within the legendary Mount Makiling Forest Reserve, or MMFR, a 4,244 hectares of forested land which is the haven for a multitude of flora and fauna species. The MMFR serves as the largest instruction, learning, and research laboratory in UPLB, a national and international center for higher education, the sciences, the arts, natural resources conservation and utilization, and ecotourism. In 2013, the MMFR was declared as the 33rd ASEAN Heritage Park. CFNR owes its steady growth and strength from the diversity of its human resource, who provide expertise in forest science and its allied fields, in establishing its niches in forest research, conservation, and management. The CFNR degree programs continue to be at the forefront of forestry education in the country. Aside from CFNR's excellent BS degree program, which has earned prestigious distinctions in the local and international frontiers, its graduate degree programs are the choice among individuals who wish to pursue higher learning in forestry. With an active link to the international community, CFNR continuously embarks on collaborative researches and knowledge exchange. Instruction is complemented by a strong and dynamic conduct of research and extension, which serve as catalysts to produce knowledge products, technologies, and innovations to promote sustainability through extension and public service. The college continuously finds ways to improve modalities in instruction, research, and extension that are flexible and adaptable in challenging situations. With an enabling environment to allow people, academic programs, RDE programs, infrastructure, and public service initiatives to flourish, the CFNR continues to move forward with its goal of securing the future while maintaining honor and excellence in forestry.
disseminating research results, developing professional leadership. These are the goals of the Department of Social Forestry and Forest Governance, a department promoting social equity, participation, and sustainability. The Department of Social Forestry and Forest Governance started when the UPLB College of Forestry created its Department of Forestry Extension in 1963. 16 years after, the Department of Forestry Extension was split into two, the Forestry Extension Office and the Department of Social Forestry. In 1998, the College of Forestry was reorganized and was renamed as the College of Forestry and Natural Resources. It was also then that the department was renamed to the Department of Social Forestry and Forest Governance.
Social forestry is primarily concerned with ensuring these productive and environmental benefits be distributed or shared equitably among all sectors of society, especially the poor. What differentiates social forestry from production and environmental forestry is its value orientation towards promoting forest equity through participatory forest management and governance practices.
The Department of Social Forestry and Forest Governance performs research functions, promoting research with a wide range of research thrusts, including climate change adaptation and mitigation, ethnographic studies, socio-economic assessments, policy evaluation, and so on.
In creating the courses in social forestry and forest governance, we take into consideration the program objectives of the general BSF program. We have to create a complete package out of our graduates. We want them to be socially relevant, but at the same time to be morally competent also. We cannot afford to produce graduates that have no conscience. They have to be patriotic, first of all, but at the same time they have to learn how to serve society. We also want our students to address market demands. That's why we want them to be competitive. At all costs, we have to generate graduates who are competitive. And that's why most of our courses are lined up to make them very, very globally competitive. Making sure that our students would have all these necessary skills, not just all the technical skills that make them competent technically, but also to make them very, very socially competent.
The Department of Social Forestry and Forest Governance is one of the academic units in CFNR that has instituted courses in social forestry, which are now integrated in the Bachelor of Science in Forestry and Certificate in Forestry curriculum. The department also offers graduate courses for the Master of Science in Forestry and Master of Forestry program. The department's undergraduate and graduate courses develop professional leadership in the promotion of social forestry and forest governance.
Actually, I had a hard time in choosing my field of specialization. But obviously, SFFG hooked me in. With the aim of environment and social development, social forestry and forest governance helped me understood or helped me see how wondrous it would be if human and nature will be reunited. It also gives the privilege of becoming the bridge for this harmonious relationship. It provides a lot of opportunities. Personally, it has brought me to different places and allowed me to interact with different communities. It also gave me a glimpse of the different cultures therein. So for those who are into this kind of adventure too, I believe that SFFG is suited for
disseminating research results, developing professional leadership, a department promoting social equity, participation, and sustainability. This is the Department of Social Forestry and Forest Governance.
Kaitendyo kami dyan mga juwan, nakahekayuan, kapaw-pawayan, wangal, tanamin na nandinikmot.
Kaya be ako kayang pamagkilos para kayong kalikasan.
Kaitendyo kami dyan mga juwan, nakahekayuan, kapaw-pawayan, wangal, tanamin na nandinikmot.
Kasama ako sa pagkilos para sa kalikasan.
Mabulig ako sa pagkayos ang aton palibot.
Matama ako sa pagbulong kalsatuyang kapalibutan.
Tutulong ako sa paghilom ng ating kapaligiran.
Para sa atua karon ug sa umaabot nga henerasyon.
Para sa atua karon ug sa umaabot nga henerasyon.
Para aton niya na nga nasumurunod nga henerasyon.
Para sa aton niya na nga nasumurunod nga henerasyon.
Para kanatong tanan ug karon ug sa sunod henerasyon.
Para riyan tanan daw, wali itong gaputan.
Para aura yung siguiente henerasyon.
Ikaw ug ako kitang tanan adunay katapos sa pagbuhat.
Ikaw at ako, lahat tayo ay may magagawa.
Dahil ikaw, ako, tayo ang kalikasan.
Ika, siyang tatayo ni Adlaw-law.
Rivers are life. They are our source of food and clean water. They are home to many flora and fauna. They are essential for the survival of all living beings, including humans. But because of unsustainable human activities, they become polluted. Rivers are slowly dying. And we are the ones killing them. We have to act now, before it's too late. Stop littering. Stop polluting the rivers. Save our rivers.
Napapansin sa iyong mga kapaligiran. Kay dumi na ng hangin.
Okay, so,
pati na ang mga ilog natin.
Can we stop the...
Hindi na ang pag-unlad at malayo-layo na rin ang narating. Mga duming ating ikinalat sa hangin, sa langit. Man sariwang hangin sa langit natin matitikman. akong hinihiling, sa aking pagpanaw sana ay tag-ulan.
Stop the video.
Gitara ko ay aking dadalhin, upang sa ulap na lang tayo magkantahan. Ang mga batang ngayon lang
Okay, so welcome back to plenary. Before we announce our 10-minute break, we would like to post again the poll question so that you can answer it. Can we post the poll question again, please? Okay, so this is our poll question. Is CBFM still the best strategy for sustainable forest management in the Philippines? So after you submit your response, we will now go on a 10-minute break. So we will see you at 11:37 for the plenary reporting of the breakout sessions. So thank you. I hope you have already replied or responded to the poll question. So we will see you in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Do we come together for our landscapes? Can ecosystems sustain us? And how do we make our landscapes more sustainable? Can we see our landscapes the way we see them? These are questions we might have asked in a while now. But these are questions that we need to start talking about. If we talk about no, we won't start off on the same page, but it is our ultimate goal. We've started this experience since 2018 for selected landscapes in Sierra Madre, Palawan, and Bukidnon, Misamis Oriental. Since 2018, civil society organizations, community members, youth representatives, indigenous peoples, academic institutions, and government units have started coming together to talk about critical questions. Sierra Madre envisions empowered communities who can participate in decision-making processes. Palawan sees an island managed and governed with the help of science-based information and policies. Bukidnon, Misamis Oriental pushes for including indigenous peoples and communities in the local development planning processes. Now, as the dialogues run, we realize we're missing pieces of the puzzle. First missing piece is our national and local governments' engagement and our able create It's necessary for the government to take these visions, make it theirs too, a stake in it, as our private companies also do. We're not against each other. We probably just don't spend enough time to understand each other. It is only when the pieces are present can we see the better picture. We invite you to an inclusive experience and a process that can help us make our space more livable.
Na mamahala at mag-alaga ng kagubatan na tinuturing din nilang tahanan sa ilalim ng community-based forest management strategy. Ang CBFM ay ang pambansang estratehiya upang mapanatili at mapalago ang ating mga kagubatan at mapabuti ang kabuhayan ng mga komunidad na nakatira dito. Noong mabakitasan ang komunidad. Noong 2018, malapit sa 2,493,000 hektare ng kagubatan natin ang pinapangalagaan ng mga komunidad. Ito ay nagpapakita lamang ng kanilang malaki at malawak na responsibilidad. Ngunit, nanganganib ang kinabukasan ng mga komunidad dahil sa kakulangan ng sapat at pangmatagalan na kabuhayan at makabuluhan na suporta para matugunan ito. Napapanahon na muli nating suriin ang ating stratehiya bilang isang alyansa ng gobyerno, pribadong sektor at mga CSOs. Sentro sa stratehiya nito ay ang tamang pagtugon sa mga pangangailangan ng kagubatan at komunidad. Sa ika-25 anibersaryo ng CBFM, mainam na itanong, paano natin mas matutulungan ang mga komunidad na mas maayos na magampanan ang kanilang mga responsibilidad, habang tinatamasa ang mga benepisyo na hinahangad ng CBFM para sa kanila.
In 2019, CSOs, indigenous peoples, local communities, and LGUs identified the need to have a vulnerability and risk assessment, or VRA, for select areas in southern Sierra Madre. The VRA will help identify risks to natural hazard in the community and to engage them in developing a strategy that is responsive to the effects of climate change and disasters. The study focused on selected areas in the southern Sierra Madre landscape. It was done for a total of 2 barangays in Quezon Province and 6 barangays in Rizal Province. The study used the combined approach of aligning international and local standards of practice, emphasizing participatory processes, and generating and validating data for different sectors in all the activities implemented in the project. The team followed the 6-step process of the Climate and Disaster Risk Assessment Guidelines of the Housing Regulatory Board, which is being used to mainstream climate change adaptation and disaster risks on local development plans. This is to ensure that the study follows a local standard of practice. The maps show the computed risks for specific sectors. One example is the population's risks to flooding, where there are 5 barangays affected. A total of 4,222 people, or 5.8% of the total population of these barangays, are exposed. The highest exposures are in barangays Dalig and Daraitan. The highest sensitivities are in barangays Cuyambay and San Andres. In terms of adaptive capacity, Barangay Daraitan is relatively high. The assessment shows Itan, Cuyambay, and San Andres are moderately at risk to flooding and barangays at low risk. Having a VRA for these barangays will be an initial step in making and influencing changes in these communities. The more challenging part now is to inspire TSOs, academic institutions, and the private sector to work together for building.
Okay, so are we all back in plenary? We are now getting ready for the group reporting. And as we wait for the group reporters to be ready for their reports, may we flash on the screen the slide that indicates our volunteers, our facilitators, to acknowledge them, facilitators, documenters, and those who are manning the jam boards. Can we have the slide flashed, please? I just got a chat message that our reporters need a little more time for integrating their outputs. So maybe we can extend for another 2 to 3 minutes. So we can look, yeah, okay. So thank you, Brian. So we would like to thank the following. These are the people who made this event possible. Okay, for the Forest Foundation Philippines, Attorney Andres Jose Canivel, Ms. Joanne Laura Abes, Mr. Brian Joel Mariano, Ms. Diane Stephanie Bagui, Ms. Nicole Arquilio, Ms. Shanley Belmonte. And from the Ecosystems Research and Development Bureau, we have Dr. Carmila Tagyam and Ms. Mylene Aparente. From Forest Management Bureau, we have Forester Marshall Amaro Jr., Forester Rosalie Imperial, Ms. Pauline Angela Reyes, Ms. Andrea Dane Villanueva, Mr. Joshua Saluria, Forester Edward Gibe, Forester Rogelio Gibe, Forester Edward Domke, sorry. Okay, it's very difficult to read, it's quite small. Forester Elvira Agpoon, Miss Maria Carmela Cariaga, Miss Manny Lee Racelis. Hi, Manny. And then from the Policy Studies Division, Forester Venerando Garcia, Miss Amisol Talania, Miss Ana Michelle Lim, Miss Emma B. Medina. And from the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, College of Forestry and Natural Resources, Forester Marlo Mendoza, Dr. Rose Jane Peras, Dr. Laila Landicho, Dr. Lorena Sabino, Miss Eileen Peria, and from INREM, Dr. Juan Pulhin, Dr. Canesio Predo, Dr. Florencia Pulhin, Dr. Catherine De Luna, Forester Mark Anthony Ramirez, Dr. Josephine Garcia, Miss Millicent Pangilinan, Miss Angelica Magpantay, Forester Mary Beatrice Evaristo, Miss Shira, Luis Tasico, Forester Michelle Castijon, and Forester Luella Catudio. And for the external reviewers, you have Dr. Ernesto Agyang, Forester Mario Mendoza, Dr. Canesio Predo, Dr. Crisanto Tiburan Jr., Professor Dante Vergara, hi Dante, Dr. Melvin Lipe, and the events management team, Dr. Miss Patricia Labitoria, Mr. Cyrus Godfrey Capina, and Miss Daria Estorma. And thank you for that. Let me just check if our reporters are now ready. Also, we have a special mention, Sir Ildefonso Kiloy. Hi, Sir LD. Okay, so are we now ready to report? Okay, so can we get an indication from our groups if they are now ready to report? Okay, so this is for all right. So this is socioeconomic. All right. So for the socioeconomic theme, we have Dr. Laila Landichot to present the outputs of the 2 breakout groups that have been integrated into one output. Dr. Laila, please.
Good morning. I was tasked to present the outputs of the 2 teams under the socioeconomic dimension of CBFM program. So we have here strengths, not the list of strengths that were identified by the participants. There are actually a lot of strengths identified in the poll. So first is empowered, no? Meron na tayong mga empowered local communities, no? The presence of security of tenure is also a strength because it serves as a mechanism, no, para mag-invest further ang ating mga local communities into planting different crops, especially mga perennial crops. And then CBFM is seen as a strategy that provides income income generation for the upland communities. Another strength is the partnership with other agencies. No? Yung DNR does not implement CBFM alone. No? It is implemented in harmony with the other agencies, no? Local government units, NGOs, etc. And then we also have active POs committed for area development. Nabanggit po talaga nila ito that while there are many challenges, isang strength talaga nila is yung commitment nila to develop their areas. And this is related to number 3, in collaboration with other government and private sectors, availability of ENR resources as raw materials. Meron pa po yata sa baba, I cannot, pwede pong pakitaas ng konti. Okay. All right, thank you. Please proceed. Please go back to the other slide, please. Nandun po yung sa strengths. Okay, salamat. Okay. And CBFM is seen as a long-term tool for socioeconomic and environmental sustainability. The use of agroforestry technologies as the main production technology is also strength. Kasi po diversified yung kanilang production system, plus of course coupled with soil and water conservation measures. And then there are some recommendations that were proposed para po mas strengthen pa natin, mas ma-enhance pa natin itong mga na-identify na strengths. At ito ay ang mga sumusunod. Continuous conduct of capability building programs and trainings. Ito po ay lalo na sa value adding, yung processing ng kanilang products, boundary delineation, strengthen partnership with other stakeholders, CSOs, focus on livelihood and enterprise development. Okay. Legal support from DNR, ito po yung na-express talaga ng ating PO representative, plus kasi nga daw po ay sila ay maraming mga protection activities sa ating kagubatan, sa ating kabundukan, kaya kailangan din nila ng legal support from DNR. Holistic approach in project implementation and sustained partnership with the academy and other stakeholders. Okay, so weakness naman po. Next slide, please. So there are also a number of weaknesses. First is the unstable policies. Ito po yung isang na-highlight ng PO member natin na when it comes to the harvesting of their perennial crops, so marami pong proseso. So kailangan po nila in-express po nila yung need for policies talaga na makakapag-facilitate ng kanilang harvesting, at the same time will lead towards the improvement of their livelihoods and income, household income. Weak participation of LGU, isang na-identify na weakness, overlapping land claims, insufficient technical and financial support from some institutions, weak benefit sharing with CBFM POs. Ito po, market accessibility because of poor road conditions, one of the weaknesses para sa kanilang pag-deliver or marketing ng products. Lack of institutional support system, and this covers the support of LGU and the unstable na yung mga policies na identified a while ago. Presence of middlemen that tend not to dictate good market price. Okay. Hindi po fully supported ang kanilang mga alternative livelihood activities. So that's one of the weaknesses. So ito po yung mga recommendations to address these weaknesses. First is to recalibrate the policies and guidelines. Lalo na po ito pagdating sa harvesting and processing of their produce, especially mga perennial crops. Develop second line leaders. This is also consistent with sa finding and recommendation kanina nila Dr. Pauline, kasi marami na po sa kanila ang talagang medyo nasa matataas na age group na, so they have to develop second line leaders. Look into the administrative structure of DNR at the field level. This was raised by some of the DNR field personnel kasi nga po medyo multitasking sila sa field level. So kailangan daw pong matingnan. Let us explore yung tenure ng mga staff, para po madagdagan yung kanilang workforce, pagdating natin sa pag-assist sa mga communities sa mga CBFM areas. And there's a need for a continuous capacity building for community organization, marketing, livelihood, and enterprise development. Next slide, please. So, ano ba yung mga roles ng mga stakeholders, no, for us to be able to implement, no, these strategies, yung mga recommendations that were proposed by the participants. So ito po, for DNR to provide agroforestry and agroforestry projects, spearhead policy making, perhaps review yung mga current policies and guidelines nila sa CBFM implementation, specifically sa harvesting, conduct monitoring and assessment of POs. Ito po ay nabanggit because isa po namin kasama na PO ay mag-expire na po ang kanilang agreement. So they have to update their CRMF. Up to now, wala pa daw po. Sa research sector po ng DNR, they have to continue or strengthening the technical capabilities of POs, extension officers, and even LGUs. Continue developing new technologies that would be useful and cost-effective for farmer beneficiaries. For CDA naman po and SEC, to help strengthen the organizational structure of the CBFM communities, no, mga POs. And for PO, to actively engage in the management of the CBFM area, particularly yung area development nila. And CSOs to provide capacity building assistance on livelihoods, including enterprise development and management. Okay, kasama din po dito yung value adding training nila sa value adding. DTI and DOST for the promotion and enhancement of products of the POs. And NCIP, na-raise po ito because most of the CBFM areas are within the county, so kailangan din po na close collaboration with NCIP. Meron pa po ba tayo sa baba, ma'am? Pakitaas nga lang po. Or that would be the last. Okay, so last na po. So makikita po natin, no, talagang iba-ibang stakeholders ang involved, kailangan maging involved, actively engaged dito sa CBFM program implementation. So that's all for the socioeconomic group. Maraming salamat po.
So thank you, Dr. Landicho, for that very robust presentation. So now we call on the next group who will be reporting. For the institutional thematic team, we have Dr. Rose Jane Perez to be presenting the report. Dr. Jane Perez, the floor is yours. So we are waiting for the presentation to be flashed on the screen. Can we call on Ms. Dr. Peras to share for the reporting?
Hello, good morning, everyone. Let me share with you what's happening. Wait lang po. Let me share with you the outputs of our group, two groups po na kinombine into one. Okay, so with regards to the first question, we have here the strengths, the provision of access to forest resources, people's organizations empowerment, the sense of security of tenurial instruments, and the availability of capacity and capability training programs. We ran out of time po, kaya wala pa kaming nailalagay for the recommendations to enhance the strengths, because we were not able also to put in here. Pero this will be a work in progress and we will continue later po. Can we go on muna for the next? And then these are the identified weaknesses, overlapping of tenurial instruments, the slow approval process of harvesting permits, lack of sustained institutional support, motivation is highly dependent of economic benefits, and the lack of formal working relationship between NCIP and DENR. So among the recommendations that were also raised with regards to the overlapping of tenurial instruments from one area, a formal agreement between the NCIP and DENR should be formalized to address the slow processing of the tenure instruments. That way daw po may magkakaroon ng much needed collaboration between these two organizations to make sure na wala pong magkakaroon ng smooth flow ng processing ng kanilang mga tenurial instruments. And then for the slow approval, the same with the slow approval of the process of harvesting permits, there must be a formal agreement between the organizations involved. That way po, yung lack of sustained institutional support na one of the weaknesses will also be, as a recommendation, masustain din po yung institutional support and resources, such as the example that was mentioned between the DNR FMB from the central office to the field offices, especially at the central level. So there should be a smooth flow ng support system ng institution with regards to the resources at saka yung kailangan na institutional support for that. And then the motivation is highly dependent on the economic aspect po or benefits ng na nakukuha ng mga people's organization or people's na communities with regards to the implementation of the CBFM. So kaya po ang pinakamagandang gawin natin for that, which also was raised by one of our participants in the breakout room, is to develop or to give or provide an alternative livelihood system. It should be a mechanism per se, coming from by looking at the products that the people's organizations are actually producing, down to the marketing, making sure that the products that they come up with will also be marketed. So ibig sabihin din po na yung value chain ay may consider din within that particular mechanism na pwede nating i-develop. Okay po. Also for the last weakness, yung lack of formal working relationship between NCIP and DNR, siguro magkaroon lang din ng formal agreement for that. That way ay mas smoothen nila whatever differences or conflicts na meron sila before mag-venture doon sa mga programs natin, especially within the initiatives po ng CBFM. Okay po. For the second question, For the last slide, what are the roles of the stakeholders with regards to CBFM implementation to make sure na mag-continue po ang ating CBFM? The first one here is the DNR will oversee the utilization of the natural resources within a tenurial land on the field level. So this is with regards to siguro po yung monitoring ng harvesting while harvesting is being conducted at the community level. Ano? Dapat may mata din ang taga-DNR. That way, ma-ensure natin na we are following the protocols. And then for the civil society organizations to support and advocate for secure tenure and safeguards of CBFM POs and advocate and lobby for DENR, LGU, and other agencies to pass and implement enabling policies to support CBFM implementation. On the LGU side naman po, LGUs, their involvement and support on the CBFM processes and initiatives should be there, especially po doon sa making sure that the initiatives of the CBFM people's organizations will also be integrated into the local development plans. Ano, may that be po sa club at the municipality level at even then siyempre sa FLUP at sa CDP din nila. And the last one here is the private sector. Okay, private sector sa support mechanisms, they should be top, top private sector or big corporations to invest at the CBFM areas. So, mukhang okay na po ba? Okay na po. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Peras, for that report. So now we are ready to listen to the last thematic group. The biophysical component will be presented by Dr. Catherine De Luna.
Good morning, everyone. For the biophysical group, here is our output. So, salamat po sa mga nag-participate sa biophysical. In terms of strengths, we have here identified yung mga top issues lang, which is in terms of biophysical, CBFM areas ay meron daw strong partnership. And also that they were provided with livelihood sa kanilang mga areas, and that forest protection, conservation, and sustainable upland practices are predominantly being practiced by the upland farmers. And they were also provided with capacity development for local communities. And the local communities said na meron silang equal access to natural resources within the area. And that there is also a recognition of and practice of indigenous knowledge in terms of forest management sa kanilang mga lugar. But what are other recommendations na that were forwarded to enhance the now strength ng mga CBFM areas? We have identified that collaboration is still needed. In terms of collaboration with other agencies, organizations, and private institutions for funding, for training, for processing ng mga activities pa ng mga POs natin. And this should be Society of Filipino Foresters Incorporated said na they can facilitate the sustainable livelihood framework planning para sa ating mga CBFM areas. And also a recommendation was forwarded in that to make CBFM a priority program for sustainable development, and to ensure that capacity building within the CBFM areas would be continually be implemented, like capacity building in terms of processing, training of new leaders or yung second or next generation leaders, and training of inactive mga POs and leaders who are right now inactive kasi wala na silang pondo and wala na silang activities that they can implement in their sites. Next slide, please. Next slide po. In terms of weaknesses, katulad din ng nabanggit ng karamihan, funding is still okay, funding is still lacking or maybe not sufficient right now sa mga areas. And one way that they have that we have recommended is to explore innovative financial incentive mechanisms katulad ng mga payment for ecosystem services, RED Plus, at saka kung ano pang mga agreements right now. And just like the institutional part earlier, weakness pa rin yung delineation between production, protection areas or ng mga CBFM areas natin. So we have recommended that a delineation of the CBFM areas and an assessment also of existing land use and land cover change and land cover ng mga CBFM sites natin should be done, so we can recommend appropriate land use alternatives. Inadequate collaboration of POs and national government agencies like DENR, LGU, NCIP, DAR, and DA. At ang sinasabi natin na recommendation would be explore more collaboration with other agencies and other organizations. And another here is lack of adequate support from the DENR on continuing capacitation of the POs on various aspects of forest management and sustainable livelihood opportunities. So, next slide na po. Last slide na po namin. Okay, here are the roles of the various stakeholders. Sa mga national government agencies, we recommend the promulgation of Land Use Act and Sustainable Forest Management, and to provide appropriate technology or interventions for CBFM and PO livelihood programs and projects. For the academe, to conduct research that can recommend or be applied for policy initiative activities and provide technical assistance in the conduct of training and development of IEC materials, katulad ng mga policy brief. To the DENR, formulation of policies, guidelines, programs, and plans for the effective protection and conservation of forest land and resources na nakapaloob sa ating mga CBFM areas, and to provide technical assistance also or facilitate linkaging to other agencies or to the private sector. Sa mga NGOs naman, technical assistance on community organizing, planning, and management of CBFM areas, market linkages. To the private sector, sana mag-provide kayo ng financial support and enterprise development opportunities for CBFM POs. For the LGUs, to promote PO products or outputs of the various CBFM areas. To the POs, to facilitate the reactivation of inactive members, and to bilateral donor organization like JICA. They can have potential cooperation activities with the Philippine government in promoting CBFM based on the Philippines' needs and directions. So yun lang po yung output ng biophysical. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. De Luna. Thank you, and so congratulations to the breakout groups, and especially to those who helped craft the reports. At this point, I would like to share the results of the poll. Can we share it now? Okay, so all right. So it says here, is CBFM still the best strategy for sustainable forest management in the Philippines? Actually, for poll 1, the first poll that we conducted earlier, the result was 100% yes. So here, this is the second poll asking the same questions. We have 95% saying yes, and 5% replied with a no answer. Okay. So also, before we proceed to the synthesis, let me just thank the VIPs who are with us or are still with us today. So we have the Secretary of the DENR, the Honorable Roy Simatu, and we have also the Assistant Secretary and FMB Director, Forester Marshall C. Amaro Jr. We have Assistant Director of DAR, Mr. Ahmed Kalaka, and of course, the Director of Ecosystems Research and Development Bureau of the DENR, Dr. Henry Adornado. We have the Deputy Executive Director of DOST Picard, Dr. Feliciano Calora Jr. We have the Regional Executive Director of Region 6, Mr. Livino B. Duran. And Attorney Felix S. Alicer, Regional Executive Director of Region 12. Forester Marlo D. Mendoza, the Dean of the College of Forestry and Natural Resources. And Attorney Jose Andres Canivel, the Executive Director of Forest Foundation Philippines. We also we have with us CBFM champions, former Secretary of DENR, as we said, the father of upland sustainable forestry and even of wetlands, former Secretary Victor Ramos. We have former Undersecretary of DENR, Rene de Rueda, and former Chief of Party of EcoGov and Protect Wildlife, Dr. Ernesto Gian. So we'd like to give everyone a round of applause, our VIPs, and also our speakers, our reporters, and everyone who made this event a success. So at this point, I think we will now be sharing the synthesis, if it is already ready. Okay. All right. So I am very much pleased. I hope I will do justice to this. It's the first time I saw this. Okay. So this is the synthesis of the whole event. Okay. For the key messages from Forester Marlo Mendoza, he mentioned that during the 36 years of existence of CBFM program in the Philippines, a significant body of experience and knowledge has been documented over time. And then he also posed the question of how did CBFM fare for the last 36 years? More importantly, through a collective effort, what should be done to further strengthen the program? And also at stake here are over 1.6 million hectares of public lands, over 200,000 direct beneficiaries, and millions of affected people. From the Executive Director of FFP, Attorney Canivel, he discussed poverty incidence in the upland, that it is at its historic height, and that forest-dependent communities is an urgent need of livelihood and support. CBFM remains a valid approach and effective tool on forest restoration, an effective approach to lead communities to a more resilient forest and resilient ecosystem and communities in the years to come. Next slide, please. And from the message of the Honorable Secretary of the DENR, he emphasized that leadership is very vital and the success of the program relies on the leadership of the CENRO, and the country's direction will be on improving forest cover, sustaining the available lumber of the country, and as a way forward, assess the contribution of CBFM to the country's lumber requirements. He also highlighted the case of Nueva Ecija, that despite increasing population, forest cover increased, which can be attributed to effective CBFM program. The tremendous growth of CBFM program from its inception in terms of increase in CBFM sites, areas covered, and number of beneficiaries was also mentioned. And lastly, to continue and strengthen partnerships in sustainable forest management. We will now be looking at the synthesis from the breakout sessions and how it relates to the key findings and recommendations of the study. For the annual forest area net change within CBFMAs that slowed down, then reversed from negative to positive trend. We have from the breakout session. Let me read first the one on the left column before we proceed to the synthesis from the breakout session. Okay, so again, the annual forest cover area net change within the CBFMA slowed down, then reversed from negative to positive trend. Also, CBFM program contributes to mitigating forest fragmentation. Carbon stocks in CBFM areas accounts for at least 12% of the total carbon stored in classified forest lands, contributing to climate change mitigation. From the breakout groups, it says that CBFM contributes to sustainable forest protection and conservation, highlighting roles and opportunities of POs, communities as empowered partner in forest conservation. Communities benefiting from CBFM through provision of livelihood, equal access to natural resources, among others. And that it recognizes the role of indigenous knowledge in forest management, and that there is a need to promote collaboration and partnerships with different sectors. So that's for the biophysical component. Next slide, please. Okay, to continue on biophysical, the key findings and recommendations include employ geospatial planning that clearly delineates area for production and protection within CBFM site. From the breakout session, it is supported because it says there's a need to delineate production and protection within CBFMAs. And then CBFM as the best option to sustainably manage the remaining forest resources while improving the socioeconomic well-being of the upland communities. From the breakout session, we also have need for information on biophysical reference and information for individual CBFMs, and to explore innovative financial incentive mechanisms. So all three of this responds to the two key findings and recommendations on the left column. Next slide, please. For the socioeconomic, it says that one of the key findings and recommendations is that the quality of life and income improved by participating in CBFM, but income of many PO members is still insufficient to fully support their needs. So from the breakout groups, we were able to get these inputs. CBFM contributes to more secure tenurial rights and empowered communities. It is a source of additional income for members, but benefits from livelihood program takes time. So, and there's inadequate support, financial and non-financial. And then there's limited training and capacity building for POs, and especially for second line leaders, and unstable market price with the presence of middlemen and weak benefit sharing mechanisms. Another key findings and recommendation under socioeconomic is promotion of sustainable livelihood and income of CBFM POs undermined by interplay of weak institutional and policy support towards social enterprise development. From the workshop, it says poor implementation of policies and guidelines, and weak linkages among public, private, as well as linking POs to other government agencies. Okay, next slide, please. To continue on with socioeconomic, we have enabling policy and institutional support for social enterprise development to enhance income and provide sustainable livelihoods for PO members should be a major focus. And from the breakout session, we got need for technical and financial support to promote strong linkages, partnerships with the academe, private companies, financial institutions to support for capacity building and training at all levels, and also for stable and responsive policies. Another finding is to explore alternative financing mechanisms, such as PES, or Payment for Ecosystem Services, private partnerships, RED Plus, and others, to support social enterprise development. From the workshop, we have implementation of agroforestry and other technology R&D programs, explore partnerships with private companies, promote SMEs, food processing, diversify income sources rather. Okay. On policy and institutional, one main finding was the waning interest in community forestry in the context of competing forestry-related global and national priorities. Literature-produced decline and waning interest of scholars on the subject matter. From the breakout session, we have need to sustain the institutional support and resources within DENR, provide venue for academe to present researches, develop curriculum responsive to the needs of the sector, and engage and collaborate with private sector through investment and utilization. Lack and decreasing support for CBFM POs, meaning limited government assistance and lack of dedicated DENR field personnel for the program. What we got from the breakout session include lack of sustained institutional support, multitasking of field personnel, need to study manpower requirement of area, and capacity building and training of personnel. Overregulation and tedious bureaucratic processes, as well as external costs, pose challenges to potential timber harvesting as added income source, and also unstable harvesting policies. From the breakout sessions, we have slow approval process of harvesting permits from DENR, and to oversee the utilization of natural resources within a tenurial land on the field level. Okay. On stale policy and institutional, expansion of CAD-T and CADS areas overlaps with many CBFMA. And this threatens land tenure security and investment of current CBFMA holders. From the breakup group, we got overlapping tenurial instruments, lack of formal relationship between NCIP and DENR. We also have leadership issues in CBFM, so that and POs, which are determinant of failure in operation and management. Okay, so moving on, we have institutionalized evidence-based policy and decision-making in the CBFM program. And this is validated from the breakout session with follow scientific way standards at all levels, the need to develop and conduct demand-driven studies for upland communities. And then we also have as findings, robust, participative, and regular monitoring and assessment of CBFM success indicators grounded on systemic, comprehensive, and up-to-date database integrated in the DENR knowledge management system. And this is supported from the breakout session by the need for better assessment of CBFMAs and POs as basis for succeeding interventions. Okay, from continuous training of existing leaders and second liners, crucial in organizational management, and will determine future effectiveness and sustainability of CBFM POs. Okay, so from the breakout groups, we have need for continuous capacity building and training and technical assistance. Collaboration with DENR and NCIP will be key to forge win-win strategy, promotive of social economic development and as sustainable forest management that will be beneficial to both IPs and tenured migrant communities. And from the breakout session, we have need to formalize agreement between DENR and NCIP. So we also have, from the key findings and recommendations, develop a CBFM strategic action plan for the next 25 years, and through enabling policies and enhanced institutional support system matched with sustained commitment or empowered POs, there can be greater impacts at household, community, and national levels towards the full realization of the CBFM program's intended goals and objectives for the next 25 years. Okay, so for the next steps, let me just read out what was prepared for the next steps of this study. First is the drafting of DENR Technical Bulletin, institutionalizing the use of the Stocktaking and Forest Fragmentation database produced by the Project for Planning and Decision Making. Second is organizing an ASEAN Regional Forum as a permanent online platform to share experiences and lessons and advance collective action on community social forestry in the ASEAN region. We also have official turnover of Stocktaking and Forest Fragmentation database to the Forest Management Bureau during the Regional Forum, and the drafting of knowledge products, incorporating the results and findings of the study, including technical reports, policy briefs, journal articles, and integrating the outputs from today's National Forum. So before we call on the final stage of this event, I think it is safe to say that the outputs of the breakout session generally supported the key findings, validated and supported the key findings and the recommendations of the study. And I think that's a very happy resolution or validation for this event. Okay, so from the synthesis, we will now proceed on to the final stage of this event. And it is my pleasure to call on our next speaker, Forester Marshall C. Amaro Jr., who is the Assistant Secretary for Policy, Planning, and Foreign Assisted and Special Projects of the DENR, and
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon.
Sir.
Am I heard over there?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear po. I did not hear the last statements or words of our moderator, but just the same, let me thank the moderator. So first, we'd like to acknowledge the participation of no less than our very good DNR Secretary, Roy A. Simatu. I think I really need to acknowledge also former DNR Secretary Victor O. Ramos and Undersecretary Rene Derueda, who are considered champions of upland development and who have served as my mentors in the DNR, along with our colleagues who are with us in this particular activity. Let me also acknowledge, of course, a former colleague in the DNR, twice over, if I'm not mistaken, and now the Dean, Dean Marlo Mendoza of the College of Forestry and Natural Resources, and of course, a very able partner and consistently helping out in our agenda on community-based forest management and other related fields from the Forest Foundation Philippines, the Executive Director, Attorney Jose Andres Canivel, and of course, my good friend, classmate, Dr. John Pulhin, the project team leader of this study, which just presented in the plenary in this forum, the significant findings as well as recommendations. And to all those who are with us, I noted many from the DNR, but also from other government agencies, from the private sector, I see EDC, and non-government organizations, and perhaps all those who consider themselves very critical stakeholders as far as CBFM is concerned. So a pleasant, good afternoon to one and all. First, let me thank everyone for sharing their on CBFM program in the Philippines. Particularly as an offshoot, is project funded by the Forest Foundation, the CBFM program in the Philippines through Stocktaking and the forest fragmentation analysis. And as I mentioned, the findings have already been presented, discussed in workshops, breakout groups, and subjected to further determine way of up and respond to the recommendations and other items covered in the forum on behalf of the Forest Management Bureau and the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Basically, I think the schedule of the Secretary in presenting his message provided already for the DNR's commitment, which is that of expanding and enhancing the CBFM program. So if we have 5% in the second poll exercising doubts or entertaining doubts, as to whether CBFM is still the valid strategy, well, I guess the Secretary has already provided for the direction, but let me put us back to the basics. The study of Dr. John provided for EO 263 as early as 1995, which launched CBFM as the national strategy. So that being the mandate for sustainable forestry and social justice, I guess is very clear as far as the DNR is concerned. And let me also cite another executive order which came out in 2004 when I was first assigned to the Bureau, or incoming director of the Bureau, which also affirmed that CBFM is the primary strategy in all forest conservation and development and related activities. So there you have it. So as of the moment, I guess we have to really work together to ensure that CBFM would be realized as, I guess, envisioned by those who crafted the two executive orders. So I think as far as this project where we have this forum realized, that FMB has been there from the start until it was endorsed through the CBFM National Working Group and up to its implementation. And we had a series of presentation as mentioned by Dr. John. I think there were this progressive reporting before we had this completion of the project, which we now presented in plenary. So I would claim that the project is very relevant in the implementation of our program, that of the CBFMP, based on the two mandates, that of Executive Order 263 and 318. And I guess based on the findings as well, I really think that the challenge is there for us to, as mentioned by the Secretary, enhance further the implementation, recognizing the deficiencies that everybody in this forum have noted and which have presented themselves for even in the earlier interactions or events on CBFM. But let me briefly go through the several recommendations and updates as far as the DNR and FMB is concerned. First would be institutionalizing science-based policy and decision-making. I guess this is a given, a default, because I think that's the way to go. We really have to anchor our policy recommendations on good science and perhaps have also the principles of good governance factored in. As a former director of the Research Bureau of the DNR, I have made sure that those gaps in our implementation of our programs, projects, and activities that need to be addressed by science have to be done properly in the said manner. So I guess in all the research activities that we are carrying out up to the present, there is always this recommended policy issuance, because I guess we have to justify funds poured into research that would generate programs, projects, starting with policies that would address present or recurring needs. So basically, this would be undertaken in coordination with all the relevant offices in the DNR and our partners outside of the department, coming from the national government agencies, local government units, the academe, the civil society organizations, and of course, the communities on the ground. Second is that of employing geospatial planning. Well, I guess the Bureau, just like the other bureaus in the DNR, has already embraced the need for us to consider geospatial aspects in all things that we do. So everything has to be geo-referenced, reflected on the ground. But I think the struggle here is coming up with the baselines of protection areas, or the line would be drawn as far as the CBFM areas are concerned. I think we are doing this on a macro level in our public forest land, that of determining along with the Biodiversity Management Bureau, that of the Ecosystems Research and Development Bureau, and other offices and the DNR and our partners on arriving at what would be the limits on allowable activities on these specific areas. So we have to look at their best use, the appropriate use, considering the social, economic, and environmental aspects, or what we call the triple requirements or bottom line. Then on the third, continuous training of existing leaders and second line leaders. So I guess the Secretary already provided for a very clear direction, that of ensuring that our frontliners are properly equipped and has this required leadership to ensure that all the programs, not just CBFM, that are being carried out by the DNR are done in the manner that we have planned them and expect them to be performed and perhaps accomplished. But let me share with you that because of this realization of a critical gap as a result of the devolution as early as the 1990s, we no longer have the critical core of people who would partner with the communities. I am referring to the community organizers, where we have this liberty, and I already joined the DNR when we still have these very good people, properly trained and quite knowledgeable and effective as far as dealing with all our stakeholders on the ground. So I guess if there is one good news on the part of the DNR is that we have started this training under our Environment and Natural Resource Academy, the first batch of 35 employees or staff involved right now in the implementation of the National Greening Program, forest protection, community-based forest management, subjected to a 3-week, if I'm not mistaken, training on community organizing. So definitely this would be iterated until we have the minimum numbers of people that would sort of address this critical gap. But just the same, we are continuously embarking on this capacity building, capability building, or learning events, particularly factoring in new normal to address critical gaps. But as we know, there are still people very much with us, even outside of active service, who are willing to share their expertise to provide for this empowerment. Because as they say, present, then it would be very difficult in terms of charting the progress. Fourth one is this collaboration in the DNR and NCIP. I would strongly agree that there is an issue, but let me provide for perhaps a walk down memory lane. CBMM started earlier than NCIP or the IPRA. And it is only now that we are encountering a lot of problem because of activities we are implementing with our traditional partners. The CBFM program of the DNR does not discriminate, provided the communities would like to engage with us in terms of stewards of the forest lands that are that they are occupying or where they are cultivating, and that they are assured of the benefits that are provided under the said program. So they can always refuse or deny our offer of continuous help. But this issue on the NCIP and the DNR and other agencies, if I remember right, is beyond the CBFM. This is taken care of at a higher level, where programs also being undertaken or overseen by the Land Management Bureau, by the Mines and Geosciences Bureau, and other sectors in the DNR are having the same problem. If I may cite, the ENGP or the NGP and the ENGP encountered problems in several sites where we have this implementation of the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act because of our inability to, even in foreign assisted projects, which we are implementing, such as the Forest Land Management Project and the Integrated Natural Resources and Environmental Management Project, because of our inability to secure the free and prior informed consent for activities that we believe or programs that we believe were even requested by their stakeholders, the indigenous people. So I guess this is a work in progress. I am not, I believe, comfortable or in a position to provide for anything substantial that would come out, because this is assigned to other officials of the DNR with their counterparts in the NCIP and other government agencies. And I guess the fifth and last so far that we consider quite important and need reaction or a response from the DNR is that of the CBFM Strategic Action Plan. Definitely, perhaps after over 25 years of implementation, we may have to revisit framework, considering that we already have this study with significant findings and recommendations, as well as developments that have come along in the many years where we had the CBFM program being implemented. If there is some sort of a good news from the DENR as far as the CBFM governance or oversight of the Bureau on behalf of the department and the field is that of the recently issued Department Administrative Order 2021-17, where already delegated to the regional executive directors the approval of the corresponding 5-year work plans. So basically, to the PENRO, yung work plans for the subsequent to the PENRO. So basically, this is an improvement of sort because it will not go the long route and perhaps the interaction or exchanges necessary to have complete understanding and perhaps consensus on the framework as well as the work plans would easily be accommodated. So I guess we would also welcome any assistance, any other assistance or any initiatives, suggestions, or proposed collaborations from everybody as far as further improving our implementation of the CBFM program and other related programs of the DENR that has people or communities at the core. So definitely we welcome and appreciate very much the turnover of the documents, the information generated in this study to start with. So as the title of the forum suggests, I guess it is really high time that we seriously take into account the gaps, challenges, and the CBFM program had encountered through the years, and again have this strong commitment to improve based on the recent developments and what trust we may have encountered along the way. And if we, as I mentioned earlier, we still believe that CBFM is still the best strategy. And with the Secretary's commitment to expand and enhance, I guess that would definitely mean that we already have our marching order. So for the DENR, we are one with the 95% and the earlier 100% in the first poll in this forum, because as the tagline says, for the CBFM, people first and sustainable forestry. We have already have substantial learnings coming from this forum. We would like to end this message with congratulations, of course, to the study team headed by Dr. John Pulhin and all those who contributed. I believe he made some acknowledgement in our earlier meeting, I think 2 days ago, if I'm not mistaken, for those who provided with, particularly from the field offices, on the information needed to more or less capture the picture on the ground as far as the study is concerned. And all those, let me see, 164, I saw 170 earlier in the Zoom, and the many hundreds more who are monitoring us live on Facebook. So I guess rest assured that the principal office in the Department of Environment and Natural Resources tasked with ensuring the successful implementation of CBFM program and other related programs where we put the communities at the center in our implementation of these programs remains committed and therefore open to any collaboration, coordination, and any assistance that anybody could offer as far as really having this strategy work and validated after 25 years and hopefully in the next 25 years as the main strategy for sustainable forest management and social justice as mentioned in Executive Order 260 are concerned. So I guess with that, thank you, and for everybody to remain safe in as much as we are still under this pandemic situation. Mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you, Sec Amaro, for your very positive response to the key findings and recommendations of the study. Congratulations to the study team led by Dr. Pulhin. And again, thank you to everyone. And just to remind you to please fill up the evaluation form. I think it will be, a link will be posted in the chat box. It will automatically trigger the issuance of your certificates of participation for those who would want to request for their certificate of participation. So goodbye and have a nice day. Stay safe.
Thank you very much for in behalf of the Department of Agrarian Reform.
Dean Marlo, are you still with us?
Oh, yeah, Sec.
Can I request our meeting to be delayed for 30 minutes? 1:30 tayo?
Sige, I'll inform the group. Yeah.
Yeah, because I know many are also with us in this forum para naman magkaroon ng lunch break. Thank you very much. 1:30 din.
2:30.
Yes. Thank you.
See you. Thanks, Dan. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much po. Thank you very much to all. Thank you.
Thank you so much also.
Thank you to
Thank you po.
Sir Mark, thank you very much. Thank you, Sec Amaro.
Maraming salamat po sa lahat
Sir
po ng
Mark,
umattend.
thank you.
Thank you po.
Thank you very